for their nourishment, they have cast them to the beasts and reptiles of the earth. So is the reign of superstition inaugurated, and it must persist until the period when true religion shall be constituted again on the eternal foundations of the hierarchy of 3 degrees and of the triple power, which that hierarchy exercises blindly or providentially in the 3 worlds. The conjuration of the 4. The 4 elementary forms separate and distinguish roughly the created spirits which the universal movement disengages from the central fire. The spirit toils everywhere and fructifies matter by life. All matter is animated, thought and soul are everywhere. By possessing ourselves of the thought which produces diverse forms, we become masters of the forms and make them serve our purposes. The astral light is saturated with such souls, which it disengages in the unceasing generation of beings. These souls have imperfect wills which can be governed and employed by wills more powerful. Then mighty invisible chains form and may occasion or determine great elementary commotions. The phenomena established by the criminal trials of Magick, and quite recently by M.U.D. Merville, have no other cause. Elementary spirits are like children. They torment chiefly those who trouble about them, unless indeed they are controlled by high reason and great severity. We designate such spirits under the name of occult elements, and it is these who frequently occasion our bizarre or disturbing dreams, who produce the moving rod and wrappings upon walls or furniture, but they can manifest no thought other than our own, and when we are not thinking, they speak to us with all the incoherence of dreams. They reproduce good and evil indifferently, for they are without free will and are hence irresponsible. They exhibit themselves to ecstatics and somnambulists under incomplete and fugitive forms. This explains the nightmares of St. Anthony and most probably the visions of Swedenborg. Such creatures are neither damned nor guilty. They are curious and innocent. We may use or abuse them like animals or children. Therefore, the magus who makes use of them assumes a terrible responsibility, for he must expiate all the evil which he causes them to accomplish, and the extent of his punishment will be in proportion to that of the power which he may have exercised by their mediation. To govern elementary spirits and thus become king of the occult elements, we must first have undergone the 4 ordeals of ancient initiations. And seeing that such initiations exist no longer, we must have substituted analogous experiences, such as exposing ourselves boldly in a fire, crossing an abyss by means of the trunk of a tree or a plank, scaling a perpendicular mountain during a storm, swimming through a dangerous whirlpool or cataract. A man who is timid in the water will never reign over the undines. One who is afraid of fire will never command salamanders. So long as we are liable to giddiness, we must leave the sylphs in peace and forbear from irritating gnomes, for inferior spirits will only obey a power which has overcome them in their own element. When this incontestable faculty has been acquired by exercise and daring, the word of our will must be imposed on the elements by special consecrations of air, fire, water, and earth. This is the indispensable preliminary of all magical operations. The air is exercised by breathing towards the 4 cardinal points and saying, "The Spirit of God moved upon the waters and breathed into the face of man the breath of life. Be Michael my leader, and Sabtabiel my servant, in and by the light. May my breath become a word, and I will rule the spirits of this creature of air. I will curb the steeds of the sun by the will of my heart, by the thought of my mind, and by the apple of the right eye. Therefore I do exercise thee, creature of air, by pentagrammaton and in the name tetragrammaton, wherein are firm will and true faith. Amen. Selah, fiat, so be it." The prayer of the sylphs must be recited next, after tracing their sign in the air with the quill of an eagle. Prayer of the sylphs. Spirit of light, spirit of wisdom, whose breath gives and takes away the form of all things, thou before whom the life of every being is, a shadow which transforms in a vapor which passes away, thou who ascendest upon the clouds and dost fly upon the wings of the wind, thou who breathest forth and the limitless immensities are peopled, thou who drawest in and all which came forth from thee unto thee returneth, endless movement to the eternal stability, be thou blessed forever. We praise thee, we bless thee in the fleeting empire of created light, of shadows, reflections, and images, and we aspire without ceasing towards thine immutable and imperishable splendor. May the ray of thine intelligence and the warmth of thy love descend on us. That which is volatile shall be fixed, the shadow shall become body, the spirit of the air shall receive a soul, and dream shall be thought. We shall be swept away no more before the tempest, but shall bridle the winged steeds of the morning, and guide the course of the evening winds, that we may flee into thy presence. O spirit of spirits, O eternal soul of souls, O imperishable breath of life, O creative sigh, O mouth which dost breathe forth and withdraw the life of all beings, in the ebb and flow of thine eternal speech, which is the divine ocean of movement and of truth. Amen. Water is exercised by imposition of hands, breathing, and speech. Consecrated salt and a little of the ash which remains in the pan of incense are mingled also with it. The aspergillus is formed of twigs of vervain, periwinkle, sage, mint, ash, and basil, tied by a thread taken from a virgin's distaff and provided with a handle of hazelwood from a tree which has not yet fruited. The characters of the 7 spirits must be graven thereon with the magic bodkin. The salt and ash must be consecrated separately, saying, over the salt, "May wisdom abide in this salt, and may it preserve our minds and bodies from all corruption, by Chochmael and in the virtue of Ruach Chochmael. May the phantoms of Hyle depart herefrom, that it may become a heavenly salt, salt of the earth and earth of salt, that it may feed the threshing ox and strengthen our hope with the horns of the flying bull. Amen. Over the ash, may this ash return unto the fount of living waters. May it become a fertile earth. May it bring forth the tree of life by the 3 names which are Netzah, Hod, and Jesod, in the beginning and in the end, by Alpha and Omega, which are in the spirit of Ezra. Amen. Mingling the waters, salt and ash. In the salt of eternal wisdom, in the water of regeneration, and in the ash whence the new earth springeth, be all things accomplished by Elohim, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel, through the ages and eons. Amen. Exorcism of the water. Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. The things which are above are like unto things which are below, and things below are like unto things above, for the performance of the wonders of one thing. The sun is its father, the moon its mother, the wind hath carried it in the belly thereof. It ascendeth from earth to heaven, and again it descendeth from heaven to earth. I exercise thee, creature of water, that thou mayest become unto men a mirror of the living God in his works, a fount of life and ablution of sins. Prayer of the Undines. Dread King of the sea, who hast the keys of the floodgates of heaven, and dost confine the waters of the underworld in the caverns of earth, King of the deluge and the floods of the springtime, thou who dost unseal the sources of rivers and fountains, thou who dost ordain moisture, which is like the blood of earth, to become the sap of plants, thee we adore, and thee they invoke. Speak unto us, thine inconstant and unstable creatures, in the great tumults of the sea, and we shall tremble before thee. Speak unto us also in the murmur of limpid waters, and we shall yearn for thy love. O immensity into which flow all rivers of life, to be continually reborn in thee. O ocean of infinite perfections, height which reflects thee in the depth, depth which exhales thee into the height, lead us unto true life by intelligence and love. Lead us to immortality by sacrifice, that we may be found worthy one day to offer thee water, blood, and tears for the remission of sins. Amen. Prayer of Salamanders. Immortal, which thy terrible eyes discern all things, and thy holy and beautiful ears unto all things hearken, hear thou thy children, whom thou didst love before the ages began. For thy golden, thy grand, thine eternal majesty shines above the world in the heaven of stars. Thou art exalted over them, O glittering fire. There dost thou shine. There dost thou commune with thyself in thine own splendor, and inexhaustible streams of light pour from thine essence for the nourishment of thine infinite spirit, which itself doth nourish all things, and forms that inexhaustible treasure of substance ever ready for the generation which adapts it, and appropriates the forms thou hast impressed on it from the beginning. From this spirit the three most holy kings, who surround thy throne and constitute thy court, derive also their origin, O universal Father. O sole and only Father of blessed mortals and immortals, in particular thou hast created powers which are marvelously like unto thine eternal thought, and thine adorable essence. Thou hast established them higher than the angels, who proclaim thy will to the world. Finally, thou hast created us third in rank within our elementary empire. There are unceasing exercises to praise thee and adore thy good pleasure. There we burn continually in our aspiration to possess thee. O Father, O Mother, most tender of all mothers, O admirable archetype of maternity and of pure love, O Son, flower of sons, O form of all forms, soul, spirit, harmony, and number of all things. Amen. The earth is exercised by aspersion of water, by breathing and by fire, with the perfumes proper for each day, and the prayer of the gnomes. King invisible, who, taking the earth as a support, didst furrow the abysses to fill them with thine omnipotence, thou whose name doth shake the vaults of the world, thou who causest the seven metals to flow through the veins of the rock, monarch of the seven lights, rewarder of the subterranean toilers, lead us unto the desirable air and to the realm of splendor. We watch and we work unremittingly. We seek and we hope by the 12 stones of the holy city, by the hidden talismans, by the pole of lodestone which passes through the center of the world. Savior, 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 have pity on those who suffer. Expand our hearts, detach and elevate our minds, enlarge our entire being. O stability and motion, O day clothed with night, O darkness veiled by splendor, O Master who never keepest back the wages of thy laborers, O silver whiteness, O golden splendor, O crown of living and melodious diamonds, thou who wearest the heaven on thy finger like a sapphire ring, thou who concealest under earth in the stone kingdom, the marvelous seat of stars, live, reign, be the eternal dispenser of the wealth whereof thou hast made us the wardens. Amen. It must be borne in mind that the special kingdom of gnomes is at the north, that of salamanders at the south, that of sylphs at the east, and that of undines at the west. These beings influence the four temperaments of man. That is to say, the gnomes affect the melancholy, salamanders the sanguine, undines the phlegmatic, and sylphs the bilious. Their signs are the hieroglyphs of the bull for the gnomes, who are commanded with the sword; those of the lion for salamanders, who are commanded with the bifurcated rod or magic trident; those of the eagle for the sylphs, who are commanded by the holy pentacles; finally, those of the water carrier for undines, who are commanded by the cup of libations. Their respective sovereigns are Jove for the gnomes, Jean for the salamanders, Peralda for the sylphs, and Nixa for the undines. When an elementary spirit torments or at least vexes the inhabitants of this world, it must be conjured by air, water, fire, and earth, by breathing, sprinkling, burning of perfumes, and by tracing on the ground the Star of Solomon and sacred pentagram. These figures must be perfectly correct and drawn either with the charcoal of consecrated fire or with a reed dipped in various colors mixed with powdered lodestone. Then, holding the pentacle of Solomon in one hand and taking up successively the sword, rod, and cup, the conjuration of the four should be recited with a loud voice after the following manner: Caput mortum, the Lord command thee by the living and votive serpent. Cherub, the Lord command thee by Adam Jochaba. Wandering eagle, the Lord command thee by the wings of the bull. Serpent, the Lord Tetragrammaton command thee by the angel and the lion. Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and angel. Flow moisture by the spirit of Elohim. Earth be established by Adam Jochaba. Spread firmament by Jahubehu, Zebaoth. Fulfill judgment by fire in the virtue of Michael. Angel of the blind eyes, obey or pass away with this holy water. Work winged bull or revert to the earth, unless thou wilt that I should pierce thee with this sword. Chained eagle, obey my sign, or fly before this breathing. Writhing serpent, crawl at my feet, or be tortured by the sacred fire, and give way before the perfumes that I burn in it. Water return to water, fire burn, air circulate, earth revert to earth, by virtue of the pentagram, which is the morning star, and by the name of the tetragram, which is written in the center of the cross of light. Amen. The sign of the cross adopted by Christians does not belong to them exclusively. This also is Kabbalistic and represents the oppositions and tetratic equilibrium of the elements. We see by the occult versicle of the Lord's Prayer, which we have cited in our doctrine, that it was originally made after two manners, or at least that it was characterized by two entirely different formulae, one reserved for priests and initiates, the other imparted to neophytes and the profane. For example, the initiate said, raising his hand to his forehead, "For thine," and then added "is," and continuing as he brought down his hand to his breast, "the kingdom," then to the left shoulder, "the justice," afterwards to the right shoulder, "and the mercy," and then clasping his hands, he added, "in the generating ages." Tibi sunt malkuth et gebera et chesed per ionas, a sign of the cross which is absolutely and magnificently Kabbalistic, which the profanations of Gnosticism have lost completely to the official and militant church. This sign made after this manner should precede and terminate the conjuration of the four. To overcome and subjugate the elementary spirits, we must never yield to their characteristic defects. Thus, a shallow and capricious mind will never rule the sylphs. An irresolute, cold, and fickle nature will never master the undines. Passion irritates the salamanders, and avaricious greed makes its slaves the sport of gnomes. But we must be prompt and active like the sylphs, pliant and attentive to images like the undines, energetic and strong like the salamanders, laborious and patient like the gnomes. In a word, we must overcome them in their strength without ever being overcome by their weaknesses. Once we are well established in this disposition, the whole world will be at the service of the wise operator. He will pass through the storm, and the rain will not moisten his head. The wind will not move even a fold of his garments. He will go through fire and not be burned. He will walk upon water and will behold diamonds within the crust of the earth. These promises may appear hyperbolic, but only to vulgar understanding. For if the sage do not perform such things materially and actually, he accomplishes others which are much more greater and admirable. At the same time, it is indubitable that we may direct the elements by our will up to a certain point, and can really change or hinder their effects. For example, if it be established that persons in an ecstatic state lose their weight for the time being, why should it be impossible to walk upon the water? The convulsionaries of St. Médard felt neither fire nor steel, and begged for the most violent blows and incredible tortures as a relief. The extraordinary climbings and miraculous equilibrium of some somnambulists are a revelation of these concealed forces of nature. But we live in a century when no one has the courage to confess the wonders that he has witnessed. And did anyone say, "I have myself beheld or performed the things which I am describing," he would be answered, "You are diverting yourself at our expense, or otherwise you are ill. It is far better to be silent and to act." The metals which correspond to the four elementary forms are gold and silver for air, mercury for water, iron and copper for fire, lead for earth. Talismans are composed from these relative to the forces which they signify and to the effects which it is designed to obtain from them. Divination by the four elementary forms, respectively known as aeromancy, hydromancy, pyromancy, and geomancy, is performed after various manners, which all depend on the will and the translucid or imagination of the operator. In fact, the four elements are only instruments which assist second sight. Now, second sight is the faculty of seeing in the astral light, and it is as natural as the first or sensible and ordinary sight, but it can operate only by abstraction of the senses. Somnambulists and ecstatics enjoy second sight naturally, but this sight is more lucid when the abstraction is more complete. Abstraction is produced by astral intoxication, that is, by an excess of light which completely saturates and hence stupefies the nervous system. Sanguine temperaments are disposed to aeromancy, the bilious to pyromancy, the phlegmatic to hydromancy, and the melancholic to geomancy. Aeromancy is confirmed by oneromancy, or divination by dreams. Pyromancy is supplemented by magnetism, hydromancy by crystallomancy, and geomancy by cartomancy. These are transpositions and complements of methods. But divination, however operated, is dangerous, or to say the least useless, for it disheartens will, as a consequence impedes liberty and tires the nervous system. The blazing pentagram. We proceed to the explanation and consecration of the sacred and mysterious pentagram. At this point, let the ignorant and superstitious close the book. They will either see nothing but darkness, or they will be scandalized. The pentagram, which in Gnostic schools is called the blazing star, is the sign of intellectual omnipotence and autocracy. It is the star of the Magi. It is the sign of the Word made flesh, and according to the direction of its points, this absolute magical symbol represents order or confusion. The divine Lamb of Ormuz and St. John, or the accursed goat of Mendes. It is initiation or profanation. It is Lucifer or Vesper, the star of morning or evening. It is Mary or Lilith, victory or death, day or night. The pentagram with 2 points in the ascendant represents Satan as the goat of the Sabbath. When 1 point is in the ascendant, it is the sign of the Savior. The pentagram is the figure of the human body, having the 4 limbs and a single point representing the head. A human figure head downwards naturally represents a demon, that is, intellectual subversion, disorder, or madness. Now, if magic be a reality, if occult science be really the true law of the 3 worlds, this absolute sign, this sign ancient as history and more ancient, should and does exercise an incalculable influence upon spirits set free from their material envelope. The sign of the pentagram is called the sign of the microcosm, and it represents what the Kabbalists of the book Zohar term the microcosmos. The complete comprehension of the pentagram is the key of the 2 worlds. It is absolute philosophy and natural science. The sign of the pentagram should be composed of the 7 metals, or at least traced in pure gold upon white marble, and may be also drawn with vermilion on an unblemished lambskin, the symbol of integrity and light. The marble should be virgin, that is, should never have been used for another purpose. The lambskin should be prepared under the auspices of the sun. The lamb must have been slain at paschal time with a new knife, and the skin must be salted with salt consecrated by magical operations. The omission of even one of these difficult and apparently arbitrary ceremonies makes void the entire success of the great works of science. The pentagram is consecrated with the 4 elements. The magical figure is breathed on 5 times. It is sprinkled with holy water. It is dried by the smoke of 5 perfumes: incense, myrrh, aloes, sulfur, and camphor, to which a little white resin and ambergris may be added. The 5 breathings are accompanied by the utterance of names attributed to the 5 genii, who are Gabriel, Raphael, Anael, Samael, and Oriphael. Afterwards, the pentacle is placed successfully at the north, south, east, west, and center of the astronomical cross, pronouncing at the same time, one after another, the consonants of the sacred tetragram, and then is placed successfully accompanied by the utterance of names attributed to the 5 genii, who are Gabriel, Raphael, Anael, Samael, and Oriphael. Afterwards, the pentacle is placed successfully at the north, south, east, west, and center of the astronomical cross, pronouncing at the same time, one after another, the consonants of the sacred tetragram, and then in an undertone, the blessed letters Aleph and the mysterious Tau, united in the Kabbalistic name of Azoth. The pentagram should be placed upon the altar of perfumes and under the tripod of evocations. The operator should wear the sign also as well as that of the microcosm, which is composed of 2 crossed and superposed triangles. When a spirit of light is evoked, the head of the star, that is, one of its points, should be directed towards the tripod of evocations and the 2 inferior points towards the altar of perfumes. In the case of a spirit of darkness, the opposite course is pursued, but then the operator must be careful to set the end of the rod or the point of the sword upon the head of the pentagram. We have said that signs are the active voice of the word of will. Now the word of will must be given in its completeness so that it may be transformed into action, and a single negligence representing an idle speech or a doubt falsifies and paralyzes the whole process, turning back upon the operator all the forces thus expended in vain. We must therefore abstain absolutely from magical ceremonies or scrupulously and exactly fulfill them all. The pentagram, engraved in luminous lines upon glass by the electrical machine, exercises also a great influence upon spirits and terrifies phantoms. The old magicians traced the sign of the pentagram upon their doorsteps to prevent evil spirits from entering and good spirits from departing. This constraint followed from the direction of the points of the star. 2 points on the outer side drove away the evil. 2 points on the inner side imprisoned them. 1 only on the inner side held good spirits captive. All these magical theories, based upon the one dogma of Hermes and on the analogical deductions of science, have been confirmed invariably by the visions of ecstatics and the paroxysms of cataleptics, declaring that they are possessed by spirits. The G, which Freemasons place in the middle of the blazing star, signifies gnosis and generation, the 2 sacred words of the ancient Kabbalah. It signifies also grand architect, for the pentagram on every side represents an A. By placing it in such a manner that 2 of its points are in the ascendant and 1 is below, we may see the horns, ears, and beard of the hierarchic goat of Mendes, but it becomes the sign of infernal evocations. The allegorical star of the Magi is no other than the mysterious pentagram, and those 3 kings, sons of Zoroaster, conducted by the blazing star to the cradle of the microcosmic god, are themselves a full demonstration of the Kabbalistic and magical beginnings of Christian doctrine. One of these kings is white, another black, and the third brown. The white king offers gold, symbol of light and life. The black king presents myrrh, image of death and darkness. The brown king sacrifices incense, emblem of the conciliating doctrine of the 2 principles. They return thereafter into their own land by another road, to show that a new cultus is only a new path, conducting man to one religion, being that of the sacred triad and the radiant pentagram, the sole eternal Catholicism. St. John in the Apocalypse beholds this same star fall from heaven to earth. It is then called absinthe or wormwood, and all the waters of the sea become bitter, a striking image of the materialization of dogma which produces fanaticism and the acridities of controversy. Then unto Christianity itself may be applied those words of Isaiah. How hast thou fallen from heaven, bright star, which was so splendid in thy prime? But the pentagram, profaned by men, burns ever unclouded in the right hand of the word of truth, and the inspired voice guarantees to him that overcometh the possession of the morning star, a solemn promise of restitution held out to the star of Lucifer. As will be seen, all mysteries of magic, all symbols of the gnosis, all figures of occultism, all Kabbalistic keys of prophecy are summed up in the sign of the pentagram, which Paracelsus proclaims to be the greatest and most potent of all signs. Need anyone be surprised, therefore, that every magus believes in the real influence exercised by the sign over spirits of all hierarchies? Those who set at naught the sign of the cross tremble before the star of the microcosm. On the contrary, when conscious of failing will, the magus turns his eyes towards this symbol, takes it in his right hand, and feels armed with intellectual omnipotence, provided that he is truly a king, worthy to be led by the star to the cradle of divine realization, provided that he knows, dares, wills, and keeps silent, provided that he is familiar with the usages of the pentacle, the cup, the wand, and the sword, provided finally that the intrepid gaze of his soul corresponds to those 2 eyes which the ascending point of our pentagram ever presents open. The medium and mediator. 2 things, as we have shown, are necessary for the acquisition of magical power: the emancipation of will from servitude and its instruction in the art of domination. The sovereign will is represented in our symbols by the woman who crushes the serpent's head, and by the radiant angel who restrains and constrains the dragon with lance and heel. In this place, let us affirm without evasion that the great magical agent, the double current of light, the living and astral fire of the earth, was represented by the serpent with the head of an ox, goat, or dog in ancient theogonies. It is the dual serpent of the caduceus, the old serpent of Genesis, but it is also the brazen serpent of Moses, twined about the Tau, that is, the generating lingam. It is, moreover, the goat of the Sabbath and the Baphomet of the Templars. It is the Hyle of the Gnostics. It is the double tail of the serpent which forms the legs of the solar cock of Abraxas. In fine, it is the devil of M. Eudes de Merville, and is really that blind force which souls must overcome if they would be freed from the chains of earth. For, unless their will can detach them from this fatal attraction, they will be absorbed in the current by the force which produced them, and will return to the central and eternal fire. The whole magical work consists, therefore, in our liberation from the folds of the ancient serpent, and then in setting foot upon its head and leading it where we will. I will give thee all the kingdoms of the earth, if thou wilt fall down and adore me, said this serpent in the evangelical mythos. The initiate should make answer. I will not kneel to thee, but thou shalt crouch at my feet. Nothing shalt thou give me, but I will make use of thee, and will take that which I need, for I am thy Lord and Master. A reply which in a veiled manner is contained in that of the Savior. We have said that there is no personal devil. It is a misdirected force, as the name indicates. An odic or magnetic current, formed by a chain of perverse wills, constitutes this evil spirit, which the Gospel calls legion. And this it is which precipitated the swine into the sea. Another allegory of the attraction exercised on beings of inferior instincts by blind forces that can be put in operation by error and evil will. This symbol may be compared with that of the comrades of Ulysses, transformed into swine by the sorceress Circe. Remark what was done by Ulysses to preserve himself and deliver his associates. He refused the cup of the enchantress and commanded her with the sword. Circe is nature, with all her delights and allurements. We must overcome her in order to enjoy. Such is the significance of the Homeric fable, for the poems of Homer, those true sacred books of ancient Hellas, contain all the mysteries of high Eastern initiation. The natural medium is therefore the ever-active and ever-seducing serpent of idle wills, which we must withstand by continual subjugation. Amorous, gluttonous, passionate, or idle magicians are impossible monstrosities. The magus thinks and wills. He loves nothing with desire. He rejects nothing, passion. The latter word signifies a passive state, and the magus is invariably active, invariably victorious. The attainment of this realization is the crux of the transcendent sciences. So when the magus accomplishes his own creation, the great work is fulfilled, at least as concerns cause and instrument. The great agent or natural mediator of human omnipotence cannot be overcome or directed, save by an extranatural mediator, which is an emancipated will. Archimedes postulated a fulcrum outside the world in order to raise the world. The fulcrum of the magus is the intellectual cubic stone, the philosophical stone of Azoth. That is, the doctrine of absolute reason and universal harmonies by the sympathy of contraries. One of our most fertile writers, and one of those who are least fixed in their ideas, M. Eugene Sue, has founded a vast romance epic upon an individuality whom he strives to render odious, who becomes interesting against the will of the novelist. So abundantly does he gift him with patience, audacity, intelligence, and genius. We are in the presence of a kind of Sixtus the Fifth. Poor, temperate, passionless, holding the entire world entangled in the web of his skillful combinations. This man excites at will the passions of his enemies, destroys them by means of one another, invariably reaches the point of view, and this without noise, without ostentation, and without imposture. His object is to free the world of society which the author of the book believes to be dangerous and malignant, and to attain it no cost is too great. Rodin is ill-lodged, ill-clothed, nourished like the refuse of humanity, but ever fixed upon his work. Consistently with his attention, the author depicts him as wretched, filthy, hideous, repulsive to the touch, and horrible to the sight. But supposing this very exterior is a means of disguising the enterprise, and so of more surely attaining it, is it not proof positive of sublime courage? When Rodin becomes Pope, do you think that he will be ill-clothed and dirty? Hence, M. Eugene Sue has missed his point. His object was to deride superstition and fanaticism, but that which he attacks is intelligence, strength, genius, the most signal human virtues. Were there many more Rodins among the Jesuits, were there one even, I would not give much for the success of the opposite party, in spite of the brilliant and maladroit special pleadings of its illustrious advocates. To will well, to will long, to will always, but never to lust after anything. Such is the secret of power, and this is the magical arcanum which Tasso brings forward in the persons of the two knights who come to deliver Rinaldo and to destroy the enchantments of Armida. They withstand equally the most alluring nymphs and most terrible wild beasts. They remain without desires and without fear, and hence they attain their end. Does it follow from this that a true magician inspires more fear than love? I do not deny it, and while recognizing abundantly how sweet are the attractions of life, while doing full justice to the gracious genius of Anacreon and to all the youthful efflorescence of the poetry of love, I invite the estimable votaries of pleasure to regard the transcendental sciences merely as a matter of curiosity, and never to approach the magical tripod. The great works of science are mortal to sense enjoyment. The man who has escaped from the chain of instincts will first of all realize his omnipotence by the obedience of animals. The history of Daniel in the lion's den is no fable, and more than once during the persecutions of infant Christianity, this phenomenon recurred in the presence of the whole Roman people. A man seldom has anything to fear from an animal of which he is not afraid. The bullets of Jules Gerard, the lion killer, are magical and intelligent. Only once did he run a real danger. He allowed a timid companion to accompany him, and looking upon this imprudent person as lost beforehand, he also was afraid, not for himself, but for his comrade. Many persons will say that it is difficult and even impossible to attain such resolution, that strength and volition and energy and character are natural gifts. I do not dispute it, but I would point out also that habit can reform nature. Volition can be perfected by education, and, as intimated otherwise, all magical, like all religious, ceremonial, has no other end but thus to test, exercise, and habituate the will by perseverance and by force. The more difficult and laborious the exercises, the greater their effect, as we have now advanced far enough to see. If it have been hitherto impossible to direct the phenomena of magnetism, it is because an initiated and truly emancipated operator has not yet appeared. Who can boast that he is such? Have we not ever new self-conquests to make? At the same time, it is certain that nature will obey the sign and word of one who is strong enough to be convinced that she will. I say that nature will obey. I do not say that she will belie herself or disturb the order of her possibilities. The healing of nervous diseases by word, breath, or contact, resurrection in certain cases, resistance of evil wills sufficient to disarm and confound murderers, even the faculty of making oneself invisible by confusing the sight of those whom it is important to elude. All this is a natural effect of projecting or withdrawing the astral light. Thus was Valentius dazzled and terror-struck on entering the temple of Caesarea, even as Heliodorus of old, overwhelmed by sudden madness in the temple of Jerusalem, believed himself scourged and trampled by angels. Thus also the Admiral de Coligny imposed respect on his assassins, and could only be dispatched by a madman who fell upon him with a vertic face. What rendered Joan of Arc invariably victorious was the fascination of her faith and the miracle of her audacity. She paralyzed the arms of those who would have assailed her, and the English may have very well been sincere in regarding her as a witch or a sorceress. As a fact, she was a sorceress unconsciously, herself believing that she acted supernaturally while she was really disposing of an occult force which is universal and invariably governed by the same laws. The Magus Magnetizer should have command of the natural medium and consequently of that astral body by which our soul communicates with our organs. He must say to the material body, sleep, and to the sidereal body, dream. Thereupon, the aspect of visible things changes as in hashish visions. Cagliostro is thought to have possessed this power, and he increased its action by means of fumigations and perfumes, but true magnetic ability should transcend these auxiliaries, all more or less inimical to reason and destructive of health. M. Ragon, in his learned work on occult masonry, gives the recipe for a series of medicaments calculated to induce the exaltation of magnetism. It is by no means a knowledge to be despised, but prudent magists should avoid its practice. The astral light is projected by glance, by voice, and by the thumb and palm of the hand. Music is a potent auxiliary of the voice, and hence becomes the word enchantment. No musical instrument is more bewitching than the human voice, but the faraway notes of a violin or harmonica may augment its power. The patient whom it is proposed to subjugate is prepared in this way, and when he is half stupefied, as it were, enveloped by the charm, the hand should be extended towards him. He should be commanded to sleep or to see, and he will obey despite himself. Should he resist, a fixed glance must be directed towards him, one thumb placed between his eyes and the other on his breast, so touching him lightly with a single and swift contact. The breath must be slowly drawn in and again breathed gently and warmly forth, repeating in a low voice, sleep or see. The septenary of talismans. Ceremonies, vestments, perfumes, characters, and figures being, as we have stated, necessary to apply imagination to the education of the will, the success of magical works depends upon the faithful observation of all the rites, which are in no sense fantastic or arbitrary. They have been transmitted to us by antiquity and obtained permanently by the essential laws of analogical realization and of the correspondence which interbinds ideas and forms. Having spent many years in consulting and comparing all the most authentic grimoires and magical rituals, we have succeeded, not without labor, in reconstituting the ceremonial of universal and primeval magic. The only serious books which we have seen upon this subject are in manuscript, written in conventional characters which we have deciphered by the help of the calligraphy of Trithemius. The importance of others consists wholly in the hieroglyphs and symbols which adorn them, the truth of the images being disguised under these superstitious fictions of a mystifying text. Such, for example, is the Enchiridion of Pope Leo III, which has never been printed with its true figures, and we have reconstructed it for our own use after an ancient manuscript. The rituals known under the name of Clavicles of Solomon are very numerous. Many have been printed, while others remain in manuscripts, transcribed with great care. An exceedingly fine and elegantly written example is preserved in the Imperial Library. It is enriched with panticles and characters, most of which have been reproduced in the magical calendars of Tycho Brahe and Tukentau. Lastly, there are printed clavicles and grimoires, which are catchpenny mystifications and impostures of dishonest publishers. The book, so notorious and decried formerly under the name of Little Albert, belongs mainly to the latter category. Some talismanic figures and some calculations borrowed from Paracelsus are its only serious parts. In any matter of realization and ritual, Paracelsus is an imposing magical authority. No one has accomplished works greater than his, and for that very reason he conceals the virtue of ceremonies and merely teaches in his occult philosophy the existence of that magnetic agent, which is omnipotence of will. He sums also the whole science of characters in two signs, the macrocosmic and microcosmic stars. It was sufficient for the adepts, and it was important not to initiate the vulgar. Paracelsus therefore did not teach the ritual, but he practiced, and his practice was a sequence of miracles. We have spoken of the magical importance of the triad and tetrad. Their combination constitutes the great religious and Kabbalistic number which represents the universal synthesis and comprises the sacred septenary. In the belief of the ancients, the world is governed by 7 secondary causes, secundi, as Trithemius calls them, which are the universal forces designated by Moses under the plural name of Elohim, gods. These forces, analogous and contrary to one another, produce equilibrium by their contrasts and rule the movement of the spheres. The Hebrews term them the 7 great archangels, giving them the names of Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Anael, Samael, Zachiel, and Oriphiel. The Christian Gnostics named the 4 last Uriel, Barachiel, Sealtiel, and Jehudiel. Other nations attributed to these spirits the government of the 7 chief planets, and assigned to them the names of their chief divinities. All believed in their relative influence. Astronomy divided the antique heaven between them and allotted the 7 days of the week to their successive rule. Such is the reason of the various ceremonies of the magical week and the septenary cultus of the planets. We have observed previously that in this sense the planets are only signs. They have the influence which universal faith attributes because they are more truly the stars of the human mind than the orbs of heaven. The sun, which antique magic always regarded as fixed, could be only a planet for the vulgar. Hence, it represents that day of rest in the week which we term Sunday without knowing why, the day of the sun among the ancients. The 7 magical planets correspond to the 7 colors of the spectrum and the 7 notes of the musical octave. They represent also the 7 virtues and by contrast the 7 vices of Christian ethics. The 7 sacraments correspond equally to this great universal septenary. Baptism, which consecrates the element of water, is an analogy with the moon. Ascetic penance is under the auspices of Samael, the angel of Mars. Confirmation, which imparts the spirit of understanding and communicates to the true believer the gift of tongues, is under the auspices of Raphael, the angel of Mercury. The Eucharist substitutes the sacramental realization of God made man for the empire of Jupiter. Marriage is consecrated by the angel Anael, the purifying genius of Venus. Extreme unction is the safeguard of the sick about to fall under the scythe of Saturn, and orders consecrating the priesthood of light is marked more especially by the characters of the sun. Almost all these analogies were observed by the learned Dupuy, who thence concluded that all religions were false, instead of recognizing the sanctity and perpetuity of a single dogma, ever reproduced in the universal symbolism of successive religious forms. He failed to understand the permanent revelation transmitted to human genius by the harmonies of nature, and beheld only a catalogue of errors in this chain of speaking images and eternal truths. Magical works are also 7 in number. 1. Works of light and riches under the auspices of the sun. 2. Works of divination and mystery under the invocation of the moon. 3. Works of skill, science, and eloquence under the protection of Mercury. 4 works of wrath and chastisement, consecrated to Mars. 5 works of love, favored by Venus. 6 works of ambition and envy under the influence of Jupiter. 7 works of malediction and death under the patronage of Saturn. In theological symbolism, the sun represents the word of truth, the moon, religion itself. Mercury, the interpretation and signs of mysteries. Mars, justice. Venus, mercy and love. Jupiter, the risen and glorious Savior. Saturn, God the Father, or the Jehovah of Moses. In the human body, the sun is analogous to the heart, the moon to the brain, Jupiter to the right hand, Saturn to the left, Mars to the left foot, Venus to the right, whence an androgyne figure is sometimes attributed to this planet. In the human face, the sun governs the forehead, Jupiter the right and Saturn the left eye. The moon rules between both at the root of the nose, the 2 alai of which are governed by Mars and Venus. Finally, the influence of Mercury is exercised over mouth and chin. Among the ancients, these notions constituted the occult science of physiognomy, afterwards recovered imperfectly by Lavater. The magus who intends undertaking the works of light must operate on a Sunday from midnight to 8 in the morning, or from 3 in the afternoon to 10 in the evening. He should wear a purple vestment with tiara and bracelets of gold. The altar of perfumes and the tripod of sacred fire must be encircled by wreaths of laurel, heliotrope, and sunflowers. The perfumes are cinnamon, strong incense, saffron, and red sandal. The ring must be of gold with a chrysolith or ruby. The carpet must be of lion skins, the fans of sparrowhawk feathers. On Monday, the robe is white, embroidered with silver and having a triple collar of pearls, crystals, and selenite. The tiara must be covered with yellow silk, emblazoned with silver characters forming the Hebrew monogram of Gabriel, as given in the occult philosophy of Agrippa. The perfumes are white sandal, camphor, amber, aloes, and pulverized seed of cucumber. The wreaths are mugwort, moonwort, and yellow ranunculuses. Tapestries, garments, and objects of a black color must be avoided, and no metal except silver should be worn on the person. On Tuesday, a day for the operations of vengeance, the color of the vestment should be that of flame, rust, or blood, with belt and bracelets of steel. The tiara must be bound with gold, the wand must not be used, but only the magical dagger and sword. The wreaths must be of absinthe and rue, the ring of steel with an amethyst for precious stone. On Wednesday, a day favorable for transcendent science, the vestment should be green or shot with various colors. The necklace of pearls and hollow glass beads containing mercury, the perfumes benzoin, mace, and storax. The flowers, narcissus, lily, herb mercury, fumitory, and marjoram. The jewels should be the agate. On Thursday, a day of great religious and political operations, the vestment should be scarlet, and on the forehead should be worn a brass tablet, with the character of the spirit of Jupiter and the 3 words, Girar, Bathor, Samgabil. The perfumes are incense, ambergris, balm, grain of paradise, macis, and saffron. The ring must be enriched with an emerald or sapphire. The wreaths and crowns should be oak, poplar, fig, and pomegranate leaves. On Friday, the day for amorous operations, the vestment should be of sky blue, the hangings of green and rose, the ornaments of polished copper, the crowns of violets, the wreaths of roses, myrtle, and olive. The ring should be enriched with a turquoise, lapis lazuli, and beryl will answer for tiara and clasps. The fans must be of swan's feathers, and the operator must wear upon his breast a copper talisman with the character of an isle and the words, Aviva Vadalilith. On Saturday, a day of funereal operations, the vestment must be black or brown with characters embroidered in orange or black silk. Round the neck must be worn a lamina of lead with the character of Saturn and the words Almalek, Aphiel, Zarachiel. The perfume should be diagribrium, scammony, alum, sulfur, and asafoetida. The ring should be adorned with an onyx. The garland should be of ash, cypress, and hellebore. On the onyx of the ring during the hours of Saturn, the double head of Janus should be engraved with the consecrated awl. Such are the antique magnificences of the secret cultus of the Magi. With similar appointments, the great magicians of the Middle Ages proceeded to the daily consecration of talismans corresponding to the 7 genii. We have defined a pantacle as a synthetic character resuming the entire magical doctrine in one of its special conceptions. It is therefore the full expression of a completed thought and will. It is the signature of a spirit. The ceremonial consecration of this sign attaches to it still more strongly the intention of the operator and establishes a veritable magnetic chain between himself and the pentacle. Pentacles may be drawn upon virgin parchment, paper, or metals. What is termed a talisman is a sheet of metal bearing either pentacles or characters, and having received a special consecration for a defined intention. In a learned work on magical antiquities, Gaffarel has demonstrated scientifically the real power of talismans, and the confidence in their virtue is otherwise so strong in nature that we carry keepsakes of those we love, persuaded that they will preserve us from danger and increase our happiness. Talismans are made of the 7 Kabbalistic metals, and when the days and hours are favorable, the required and determined signs are engraved thereon. The figures of the 7 planets, with their magical squares according to Paracelsus, are found in the Little Albert. They are one of the very few series items in this collection of vulgar magic. It should be observed that Paracelsus replaces the figure of Jupiter by that of Priest, a substitution not wanting in a well-defined mysterious intention. But the allegorical and mythological figures of the 7 spirits have become too classical and too familiar for their successful use on talismans. We must recur to more recondite and pregnant signs. The pentagram should be engraved invariably upon one side of the talisman, with a circle for the sun, a crescent for the moon, for Mars a sword, a G for Venus, for Jupiter a crown, and a scythe for Saturn. The reverse must bear the sign of Solomon. That is the 6-pointed star composed of 2 superposed triangles. In the center, there is placed a human figure for the talismans of the sun, a chalice for those of the moon, a dog's head for those of Mercury, an eagle's for those of Jupiter, a lion's head for those of Mars, a dove's for those of Venus, and a bull's or goat's for those of Saturn. The names of the 7 angels must be added in Hebrew, in Arabic, or in magical characters like those of the alphabet of Trithemius. The 2 triangles of Solomon may be replaced by the double cross of the wheels of Ezekiel, which is found on a great number of ancient pentacles and is, as we have observed in our doctrine, the key to the trigrams of Fohi. Precious stones may also be employed for amulets and talismans, but all objects of this nature, whether metals or gems, must be kept carefully in silken bags of a color analogous to that of the spirit of the planet, perfumed with the proof of the corresponding day, and preserved from all impure glances and contacts. Thus, pentacles and talismans of the sun must not be seen or touched by deformed or misshapen persons, or by immoral women. Those of the moon are profaned by the looks and hands of debauched men and menstruating females. Those of Mercury lose their virtue if seen or touched by salaried priests. Those of Mars must be concealed from cowards. Those of Venus from depraved men and men under a vow of celibacy. Those of Jupiter from the impious. Those of Saturn from virgins and children. Not that their looks or touches can ever be impure, but because the talisman would bring them misfortune and thus lose all its virtue. Crosses of honor and other kindred decorations are veritable talismans, which increase personal value and merit. They are consecrated by solemn investiture, and public opinion can impart to them a prodigious power. Sufficient attention has not been paid to the reciprocal influence of signs on ideas and of ideas on signs. It is not less true that the revolutionary work of modern times, for example, has been resumed symbolically in its entirety by the Napoleonic substitution of the Star of Honor for the Cross of St. Louis. It is the pentagram in place of the labarum. It is the reconstitution of the symbol of light. It is the Masonic resurrection of Adonhiram. They say that Napoleon believed in his star, and could he have been persuaded to explain what he meant thereby, it would have proved to be his genius. He was right, therefore, in adopting the pentagram as his sign, because it is the symbol of human sovereignty acquired by intelligent initiative. The mighty soldier of the revolution knew little, but he divined almost everything. So was he the greatest instinctive and practical magician of modern times. The world is still full of his miracles, and the country people will never believe that he is dead. Blessed and indulgent objects touched by holy images or venerable persons, chaplets from Palestine, the Agnus Dei composed of the wax of the Paschal candle, and the annual remnants of Holy Chrism, scapulas and medals are all true talismans. One such medal has become popular in our own day, and even those who are devoid of religion suspend it from the necks of their children. Moreover, its figures are so perfectly Kabbalistic that it is truly a marvelous double pentacle. On the one side is the great initiatrix, the heavenly mother of the Zohar, the Isis of Egypt, the Venus Urania of the Platonists, the Mary of Christianity, throned upon the world and setting one foot upon the head of the magical serpent. She extends her 2 hands in such a manner as to form a triangle, of which her head is the apex. Her hands are open and radiant, thus making a double triangle with all its rays directed towards the earth, evidently representing the emancipation of intelligence by labor. On the other side is the double tau of the Hierophants, the lingam with the double teis or triple phallus supported, with interlacement and repeated insertion, by the Kabbalistic and Masonic M, representing the square between the 2 pillars Jachin and Boaz. Below are placed upon the same level 2 loving and suffering hearts, encircled by 12 pentagrams. Everyone will tell you that the wearers of this medal do not attach such significance to it, but on this account it is only more absolutely magical, having a dual sense and consequently a double virtue. The ecstatic on the authority of whose revelations this talisman was engraved had already beheld it existing perfectly in the astral light, which demonstrates once more the intimate connection of ideas and signs, giving a new sanction to the symbolism of universal magic. The greater the importance and solemnity brought to bear on the execution and the consecration of talismans and pentacles, the more virtue they acquire, as will be understood upon the evidence of the principles which we have established. Such consecration should take place on the days that we have indicated, with the apparatus which we have given in detail. Talismans are consecrated by the 4 exorcised elements, after conjuring the spirits of darkness by the conjuration of the 4. Then, taking up the pentacle and sprinkling it with some drops of magical water, say, "In the name of Elohim and by the spirit of the living waters, be thou unto me a sign of light and a sacrament of will." presenting it to the smoke of the perfumes. By the brazen serpent which destroyed the serpents of fire, be thou, etc. Breathing 7 times upon the panticle or talisman. By the firmament and spirit of the voice, be thou, etc. Lastly, placing some particles of purified earth or salt triadwise upon it, in the salt of earth, and by the virtue of eternal life, be thou, etc. Then recite the conjuration of the 7 as follows, casting alternately a pastille of the 7 perfumes into the sacred fire. In the name of Michael, may Jehovah command thee, and drive thee thence, Chavayath. In the name of Gabriel, may Adonai command thee, and drive thee hence, Belial. In the name of Raphael, before Elkim, Sachabiel. By Samael Zeboth, and in the name of Elohim Gibor, get thee hence, Adramelech. By Zechariel and Sachiel Melech, be obedient unto Elva, Sangabiel. By the divine and human name of Shaddai, and by the sign of the pentagram which I hold in my right hand, in the name of the angel Aniel, by the power of Adam and of Heva, who art Joshava, begone Lilith, let us rest in peace, Nahema. By the holy Elohim, and by the names of the genie Cassiel, Sehaltiel, Aphiel, and Zerahiel, at the command of Oriphiel, depart from us, Moloch. We deny thee our children to devour. The most important magical instruments are the wand, the sword, the lamp, the chalice, the altar, and the tripod. In the operations of transcendental and divine magic, the lamp, wand, and chalice are used. In the works of black magic, the wand is replaced by the sword and the lamp by the candle of Cardon. We shall explain this difference in the chapter devoted to black magic. Let us come now to the description and consecration of the instruments. The magical wand, which must not be confounded with the simple divining rod, with the fork of necromancers or the trident of Paracelsus. The true and absolute magical wand must be one perfectly straight branch of almond or hazel, cut at a single blow with the magical pruning knife or golden sickle, before the rising of the sun at that moment when the tree is ready to blossom. It must be pierced through its whole length without splitting or breaking it, and a long needle of magnetized iron must occupy its entire length. To one of the extremities must be fitted a polyhedral prism, cut in a triangular shape, and to the other a similar figure of black resin. 2 rings, one of copper and one of zinc, must be placed at the center of the wand, which afterwards must be gilt at the resin and silvered at the prism end as far as the ring's center. It must then be covered with silk, the extremities not included. On the copper ring, these characters must be engraved, and on the zinc ring, the consecration of the wand must last 7 days, beginning at the new moon, and should be made by an initiate possessing the great arcana and having himself a consecrated wand. This is the transmission of the magical secret, which has never ceased since the shrouded origin of the transcendent science. The wand and the other instruments, but the wand above all, must be concealed with care, and under no pretext should the magus permit them to be seen or touched by the profane, otherwise they will lose all their virtue. The mode of transmitting the wand is one of the arcana of science, the revelation of which is never permitted. The length of the magical wand must not exceed that of the operator's arm. The magician must never use it unless he is alone, and even then should not touch it without necessity. Many ancient magi made it the length of the forearm and concealed it beneath their long mantles, showing only the simple divining rod in public, or some allegorical scepter made of ivory or ebony according to the nature of the operations. Cardinal Richelieu, always athirst for power, sought through his whole life the transmission of the wand without being able to find it. His Kabbalist Gaffarel could furnish him with sword and talismans alone. This was possibly the secret motive for the cardinal's hatred of urban grandeur, who knew something of his weaknesses. The secret and prolonged conversations of Labarment with the unhappy priest some hours before his final torture, and those words of a friend and confidant of the latter as he went forth to death. You are an able man, monsieur. Do not destroy yourself. Afford us considerable food for thought. The magical wand is the verendum of the magus. It must not even be mentioned in any clear and precise manner. No one should boast of its possession, nor should its consecration ever be transmitted except under conditions of absolute discretion and confidence. The sword is less occult and is made in the following manner. It must be of pure steel with a cruciform copper hilt having 3 pommels as represented in the Enchiridion of Leo III, or with the guard of a double crescent as in our own figure. On the middle knot of the guard, which should be covered with a golden plate, the sign of the macrocosm must be inscribed on one side and that of the microcosm on the other. The Hebrew monogram of Michael, as found in Agrippa, must be engraved on the pommel. On one side of the blade must be these characters, and on the other the monogram of the labarum of Constantine, followed by the words Vince in hoc, Deu duce, comite ferro. For the authenticity and exactitude of these figures, see the best ancient editions of the Enchiridion. The consecration of the sword must take place on a Sunday, during the hours of the sun, under the invocation of Michael. The blade of the sword must be placed in a fire of laurel and cypress. It must be dried and polished with ashes of the sacred fire, moistened with the blood of a mole or serpent, the following words being said. Be thou unto me as the sword of Michael. By virtue of Elohim Sabaoth, may spirits of darkness and reptiles of earth flee away from me. It is then fumigated with the perfumes of the sun and wrapped up in silk, together with branches of vervain, which should be burned on the 7th day. The magical lamp must be composed of the 4 metals, gold, silver, brass, and iron. The pedestal should be of iron, the mirror of brass, the reservoir of silver, and the triangle with the apex of gold. It should be provided with 2 branches composed of a triple tube of 3 intertwisted metals, in such a manner that each arm has a triple conduit for the oil. There must be 9 wicks in all, 3 at the top and 3 in each branch. The seal of Hermes must be engraved on the pedestal, over which must be the 2-headed androgyne of Kunrath. A serpent devouring its own tail must encircle the lower part. The sign of Solomon must be inscribed on the reservoir. 2 globes must be fitted lamp, one adorned with a transparency representing the 7 genii, while the other, of larger size and duplicated, should contain variously tinted waters in 4 compartments. The whole instrument should be placed in a wooden pillar revolving on its own axis, and permitting a ray of light to escape as required and fall on the altar smoke at the moment of the invocations. This lamp is a great aid to the intuitive working of slow imaginations, and for the immediate creation in the presence of magnetized persons of forms alarming in their reality, which, being multiplied by the mirrors, will magnify suddenly and transform the operator's cabinet into a vast hall filled with visible souls. The intoxication of the perfumes and the exaltation of the invocations will change this fantasia into a real dream. Persons known formerly will be recognized, phantoms will speak, and something extraordinary and unexpected will follow the closing of the light within the pillar and the increase of the fumigations. A warning to the imprudent. The operations of science are not devoid of danger, as we have stated several times. They may end in madness for those who are not established firmly on the basis of supreme, absolute, and infallible reason. Terrible and incurable diseases can be occasioned by excessive nervous excitement. Swoons and death itself, as a consequence of cerebral congestion, may result from imagination when it is impressed and terrified unduly. We cannot sufficiently dissuade nervous persons and those who are naturally disposed to exaltation, women, young people, and all who are not habituated in perfect self-control and command of fear. In the same way, there can be nothing more dangerous than to make magic a pastime, or, as some do, part of an evening's entertainment. Even magnetic experiments performed under such conditions can only exhaust the subjects, mislead opinions, and defeat science. The mysteries of life and death cannot be made sport of with impunity, and things which are to be taken seriously must be treated not only seriously, but also with the greatest reserve. Never yield to the desire of convincing others by phenomena. The most astounding would prove nothing to those who are not convinced already. They can be attributed always to ordinary artifices, and the magus included among the more or less skillful followers of Robert Houdin or Hamilton. To require prodigies as a warrant for believing in science is to show oneself unworthy or incapable of science. Sanctus Sanctus. Contemplate the 12th figure of the tarot keys. Remember the grand symbol of Prometheus and be silent. All those magi who divulged their works died violently, and many were driven to suicide like Cardan, Schroepfer, Cagliostro, and others. The magus should live in retirement and be approached with difficulty. Here is the import of the 9th key of the tarot, where the initiate appears as a hermit enveloped completely in his cloak. This notwithstanding, such retirements must not be one of isolation. Attachments and friendships are necessary, but they must be chosen with care and preserved at all price. The magus must also have another avocation than that of magician. Magic is not a trade. In order to devote ourselves to ceremonial magic, we must be free from anxious preoccupations. We must be in a position to procure all instruments of the science and be able to make them when needed. We must possess, moreover, an inaccessible laboratory, in which there will be no danger of being ever surprised or disturbed. Then, and this is an indispensable condition, we must know how to equilibrate forces and restrain the zeal of our own initiative. This is the meaning of the 8th key of Hermes, wherein a woman is seated between two pillars, with an upright sword in one hand and a balance in the other. To equilibrate forces, they must be maintained simultaneously and caused to act alternately. The use of the balance represents this double action. The same arcanum is typified by the dual cross in the Pentacles of Pythagoras and Ezekiel. See the plate which appears at page 161 in The Doctrine, where the crosses equilibrate each other and the planetary signs are in permanent opposition. Thus, Venus is the equilibrium of the works of Mars. Mercury moderates and fulfills the operations of the sun and moon. Saturn balances Jupiter. It was by means of this antagonism between the ancient gods that Prometheus, that is to say, the genius of science, contrived to enter Olympus and carry off fire from heaven. Is it necessary to speak more clearly? The milder and calmer you are, the more effective will be your anger. The more energetic you are, the more valuable will be your forbearance. The more skillful you are, the better will you profit by your intelligence and even by your virtues. The more indifferent you are, the more easily will you make yourself loved. This is a matter of experience in the moral order and is realized literally in the sphere of action. Human passions produce blindly the opposites of their unbridled desire when they act without direction. Excessive love arouses antipathy. Blind hate counteracts and scourges itself. Vanity leads to abasement and the most cruel humiliations. Thus, the great master revealed a mystery of positive magical science when he said, "Forgive your enemies, do good to those that hate you. So shall ye reap coals of Tyre upon their heads." Perhaps this kind of pardon may seem hypocrisy and bear a strong likeness to refined vengeance, but we must remember that the magus is sovereign, and a sovereign never avenges because he has the right to punish. In the exercise of this right, he performs his duty and is implacable as justice. Let it be observed for the rest, so that no one may misinterpret my meaning, that it is a question of chastising evil by good and opposing mildness to violence. If the exercise of virtue be a flagellation for vice, no one has the right to demand that the latter should be spared, or that we should take pity on its shame and its sufferings. The man who dedicates himself to works of science must take moderate daily exercise, abstain from prolonged vigils, and follow a wholesome and regular rule of life. He must avoid the effluvia of putrefaction and the neighborhood of stagnant water and indigestible or impure food. Above all, he must seek daily relaxation from magical preoccupations amongst material cares, or in ordinary work, whether artistic, industrial, or commercial. The way to see well is not to be always looking, and he who spends his whole life upon one object will end without attaining it. Another precaution must be observed equally, and that is never to experiment when ill. The ceremonies being, as we have said, artificial methods for creating a habit of will, become unnecessary when the habit is confirmed. It is in this sense, and addressing himself solely to perfect adepts, that Paracelsus prescribes ceremonial work in his occult philosophy, but procedure must be simplified progressively before it is dispensed with altogether, in proportion to the experience we obtain in acquired powers and established habit in the exercise of extranatural will. The ceremonial of initiates. The science is preserved by silence and perpetuated by initiation. The law of silence is not therefore absolute and inviolable, except relatively to the uninitiated multitude. Such knowledge can be only transmitted by speech. The sages therefore must speak occasionally. Yes, they must speak, not however to disclose, but lead others to discover. Noli ire fac venire was the device of Rabelais, who, being master of all the sciences of his time, could not be unacquainted with magic. We have consequently to reveal here the mysteries of initiation. The destiny of man, as we have said, is to make or create himself. He is and he will be the son of his works, both for time and eternity. All men are called into lists, but the number of the elect, that is, of those who succeed, is invariably small. In other words, the men who are desirous to attain are numbered by the multitudes, but the chosen are few. Now the government of the world belongs by right to the flower of mankind, and when any combination or usurpation prevents their possessing it, a political or social cataclysm ensues. Men who are masters of themselves become easily masters of others, but it is possible for them to hinder one another if they disregard the laws of discipline and of the universal hierarchy. To be subjects of a discipline in common, there must be a community of ideas and desires, and such a communion cannot be attained except by a common religion established on the very foundations of intelligence and reason. This religion has existed always in the world, and is that only which can be called the one, infallible, indefectible, and veritably Catholic, that is, universal. This religion, of which all others have been successfully the veils and shadows, is that which demonstrates being by being, truth by reason, reason by evidence, and common sense. It is that which proves by realities the reasonable basis of hypotheses, and forbids reasoning upon hypotheses independently of realities. It is that which is grounded on the doctrine of universal analogies, but never confounds the things of science with those of faith. It can never be of faith that 2 and 1 make more or less than 3. That in physics the contained can exceed the container. That a solid body as such can act like a fluidic or gaseous body. That, for example, a human body can pass through a closed door without dissolution or opening. To say that one believes such a thing is to talk like a child or a fool, yet it is no less insensate to define the unknown and to argue from hypothesis to hypothesis till we come to deny evidence a priori for the affirmation of precipitate suppositions. The wise man affirms what he knows and believes in what he does not know only in proportion to the reasonable and known necessities of hypothesis. But this reasonable religion is adapted for the multitude. Fables, mysteries, definite hopes, and terrors having a physical basis are needful for these. It is for this reason that the priesthood has been established in the world. Now, the priesthood is recruited by initiation. Religious forms perish when initiation ceases in the sanctuary, whether by the betrayal of the mysteries or by their neglect and oblivion. The Gnostic disclosures, for example, alienated the Christian church from the high truths of the Kabbalah, which contains all secrets of transcendental theology. Hence, the blind, having become leaders of the blind, great obscurities, great lapses, and deplorable scandals have followed. Subsequently, the sacred books, of which the keys are all Kabbalistic from Genesis to the Apocalypse, have become so little intelligible to Christians that prudent pastors have judged it necessary to forbid them being read by the uninstructed among believers. Taken literally and understood materially, such books could be only an inconceivable tissue of absurdities and scandals, as the school of Voltaire has demonstrated but too well. It is the same with all the ancient dogmas, the brilliant theogonies and poetic legends. To say that ancient Greece believed in the love adventures of Jupiter, or that Egypt worshipped the cynocephalus and sparrowhawk, is to exhibit as much ignorance and bad faith as would be shown by maintaining that Christians adore a triple god composed of an old man, an executed criminal, and a dove. The ignorance of symbols is invariably calumnious. For this reason, we should be on our guard first and foremost against the derision of that which we do not know, when its enunciation seems to involve some absurdity or even singularity, as a course no less wanting in good sense than to admit the same without discussion and examination. Prior to anything which may please or displease ourselves, there is a truth, that is to say, a reason, and by this reason must our actions be regulated rather than by our desires, if we would create that intelligence within us which is the raison d'etre of immortality, and that justice which is the law thereof. A man who is truly man can will only that which he should reasonably and justly do. So also he silences lusts and fears that he may hearken solely to reason. Now such a man was a natural king and a voluntary priest for erring multitudes. Hence it was that the end of the old initiations was termed indifferently the sacerdotal art and the royal art. The antique magical associations were seminaries for priests and kings, and admission could be obtained only by truly sacerdotal and royal works, that is, by transcending all weakness of nature. We will not repeat here what is found everywhere concerning Egyptian initiations, perpetuated but with diminished power, in the secret societies of the Middle Ages. Christian radicalism, founded upon a false understanding of the words, "Ye have one Father, one Master, and ye are all brethren," dealt a terrible blow at the sacred hierarchy. Since that time, sacerdotal dignities have become a matter of intrigue or of chance. Energetic mediocrity has managed to supplant modest superiority, misunderstood because of its modesty. Yet, and notwithstanding, initiation being an essential law of religious life, a society which is instinctively magical formed at the decline of the pontifical power and speedily concentrated in itself alone the whole strength of Christianity, because, though it only understood vaguely, it exercised positively the hierarchic power by recourse to the ordeals of initiation and the omnipotence of faith and passive obedience. What, in fact, did the candidate in the old initiations? He abandoned his life and liberty entirely to the masters of the temples of Thebes or Memphis. He advanced resolutely through unnumbered terrors which might have led him to imagine that there was a premeditated outrage intended against him. He ascended funeral pyres, swam torrents of black and raging water, hung by unknown seesaws over unfathomed precipices. Was not this blind obedience in the full force of the term? Is it not the most absolute exercise of liberty to abjure liberty for a time so that we may attain emancipation? Now this is precisely what must be done, and what has been done invariably by those who aspire to the sanctum regnum of magical omnipotence. The disciples of Pythagoras condemned themselves to inexorable silence for many years. Even the secretaries of Epicurus comprehended the sovereignty of pleasure only by the acquisition of sobriety and calculated temperance. Life is a warfare in which we must give proofs if we would advance. Power does not surrender of itself. It must be seized. Initiation by contest and ordeal is therefore indispensable for the attainment of the practical science of magic. We have indicated after what manner the 4 elementary forms may be vanquished, and will not repeat it here. We refer those of our readers who would inquire into the ceremonies of ancient initiations to the works of Baron Schuby, author of The Blazing Star, Adonhiramite Masonry, and some other most valuable Masonic treatises. We must insist, however, upon one reflection, that the intellectual and social chaos in the midst of which we are perishing has been caused by the neglect of initiation, its ordeals and its mysteries. Men whose zeal was greater than their science, carried away by the popular maxims of the gospel, came to believe in the primitive and absolute equality of men. The famous Hallucine, the eloquent and unfortunate Rousseau, propagated with all the magic of his style the paradox that society alone depraves men, much as if he had said that competition and emulation in labor render workmen idle. The essential law of nature, that of initiation by effort and of voluntary and toilsome progress, has been misconstrued fatally. Masonry has had its deserters as Catholicism its apostates. What has been the consequence? The substitution of a cast iron level for the intellectual and symbolical level. To preach equality to what is beneath without instructing it how to rise upward, is not this condemning us to descend ourselves? And hence we have stooped to the reign of the Carmagnola, the Sansculottes and Marat. To restore tottering and distracted society, the hierarchy and initiation must be again established. The task is difficult, but the whole intelligent world feels that it is necessary to undertake it. Must we pass through another deluge before succeeding? We trust earnestly not, and this book, perhaps the greatest but not the last of our audacities, is an appeal unto all that is yet alive for the reconstitution of life in the very midst of decomposition and death. The key of occultism. Let us now examine the question of pentacles, for all magical virtue is there, since the center of force is in the intelligence which directs. We have given the symbol and interpretation of the pentacles of Pythagoras and Ezekiel, so that we have no need to recur to these. We shall prove in a later chapter that all the instruments of Hebrew worship were pentacles, and the first and final word of the Bible was graven by Moses in gold and in brass on the tabernacle and on all its accessories. But each magus can and should have his individual pentacle, for understood accurately, a pentacle is the perfect summary of a mind. Hence we find in the magical calendars of Tycho Brahe and Dukentow the pentacles of Adam, Job, Jeremiah, Isaiah, and of all the other great prophets who have been, each in his turn, the kings of the Kabbalah and the great rabbins of science. The pentacle, being a complete and perfect synthesis expressed by a single sign, serves to focus all intellectual force into a glance, a recollection, a touch. It is, so to speak, a starting point for the efficient projection of will. Nigromancers and goetic magicians trace their infernal pentacles on the skin of the victims they immolated. The sacrificial ceremonies, the manner of skinning the kid, that of salting, drying, and bleaching the skin, are given in a number of clavicles and grimoires. Some Hebrew Kabbalists fell into similar follies, forgetting the anathemas pronounced in the Bible against those who sacrifice on high places or in the caverns of the earth. All spilling of blood operated ceremonially is abominable and impious, and since the death of Adonhiram, the society of true adepts has a horror of blood. Ecclesia abhorret a sanguine. The initiatory symbolism of pentacles adopted throughout the East is the key of all ancient and modern mythologies. Apart from knowledge of the hieroglyphic alphabet, one would be lost among the obscurities of the Vedas, the Zend-Avesta, and the Bible. The tree which brings forth good and evil, the source of the 4 rivers, one of which waters the land of gold, that is, of light, and another flows through Ethiopia, or the kingdom of darkness, the magnetic serpent who seduces the woman, and the woman who seduces the man, thus making known the law of attraction. Subsequently, the cherub or sphinx placed at the gate of the Edenic sanctuary with the fiery sword of the guardians of the symbol, then regeneration by labor and propagation by sorrow, which is the law of initiations and ordeals. The division of Cain and Abel, which is the same symbol as the strife of Antaros and Eros. The ark borne upon the waters of the deluge like the coffer of Osiris. The black raven which does not return and the white dove which does. A new setting forth of the dogma of antagonism and balance. All these magnificent Kabbalistic allegories of Genesis, which taken literally and accepted as actual histories, merit even more derision and contempt than Voltaire heaped upon them, become luminous for the initiate, who still hails with enthusiasm and love the perpetuity of true doctrine and the universality of initiation, identical in all sanctuaries of the world. The 5 books of Moses, the prophecy of Ezekiel, and the apocalypse of St. John are the 3 Kabbalistic keys of the whole biblical edifice. The sphinxes of Ezekiel are identical with those of the sanctuary, and the ark being a 4-fold reproduction of the Egyptian tetrad, the wheels revolving in one another are the harmonious spheres of Pythagoras. The new temple, the plan of which is given according to exact Kabbalistic measures, is the type of the labors of primitive masonry. St. John in his Apocalypse reproduces the same images and the same numbers, and reconstructs the Edenic world ideally in the New Jerusalem. But at the source of the 4 rivers, the solar lamb replaces the mysterious tree. Initiation by toil and blood has been accomplished, and there is no more temple because the light of truth is diffused universally, and the world has become the temple of justice. This splendid final vision of the Holy Scriptures, this divine utopia which the Church has referred with good reason for its realization to a better life, has been the pitfall of all ancient arch-heretics and of many modern idealists. The simultaneous emancipation and absolute equality of all men involve the arrest of progress and consequently of life. In a world where all are equal, there could no longer be infants or the aged. Birth and death could not be therefore admitted. This is sufficient to demonstrate that the New Jerusalem is no more of this world than the primeval paradise, wherein there was no knowledge of good or evil, of liberty, of generation, or of death. The cycle of our religious symbolism begins and ends, therefore, in eternity. Dupuy and Volney lavished their great erudition to discover this relative identity of all symbols and arrived at the negation of every religion. We attain by the same path to an affirmation diametrically opposed. We recognize with admiration that there have never been any false religions in the civilized world, that the divine light, the splendor of the supreme reason of the Logos, of that word which enlightens every man coming into the world, has been no more wanting to the children of Zoroaster than to the faithful sheep of St. Peter, that the permanent, the one, the universal revelation is written in visible nature, explained in reason, and completed by the wise analogies of faith, that there is, finally, but one true religion, having one doctrine and one legitimate belief, even as there is but one God, one reason, and one universe. That revelation is obscure for no one, since the whole world understands more or less both truth and justice, and since all that is possible can only exist analogically to all that is. Being is being. The apparently bizarre figures presented by the Apocalypse of St. John are hieroglyphics, like those of all Oriental mythologies, and can be comprised in a series of panticles. The initiator, clothed in white, standing between 7 golden candlesticks and holding 7 stars in his hand, represents the unique doctrine of Hermes and the universal analogies of the light. The woman clothed with the sun and crowned with 12 stars is the celestial Isis, or the Gnosis. The serpent of material life seeks to devour her child, but she takes unto herself the wings of the eagle and flies away into the desert, a protestation of the prophetic spirit against the materialism of official religion. The mighty angel with the face of a sun, a rainbow for nimbus and a cloud for vestment, having pillars of fire for his legs and setting one foot upon the earth and another on the sea, is truly a Kabbalistic panthea. His feet represent the equilibrium of Bria, or the world of forms. His legs are the 2 pillars of the Masonic temple, Jachin and Boaz. His body, veiled by clouds, from which issues a hand holding a book, is the sphere of Yetzirah, or initiatory ordeals. His solar head, crowned with the radiant secondary, is the world of Atziluth, or perfect revelation, and we can only express our astonishment that Hebrew Kabbalists have not recognized and explained this symbolism, which so closely and inseparably connects the highest mysteries of Christianity with the secret but invariable doctrine of all the masters in Israel. The beast with 7 heads and the symbolism of St. John is the material and antagonistic negation of the luminous septenary. The Babylonian harlot corresponds after the same manner to the woman clothed with the sun. The 4 horsemen are analogous to the 4 allegorical living creatures. The 7 angels with their 7 trumpets, 7 cups, and 7 swords characterize the absolute of the struggle of good against evil by speech, by religious association, and by force. Thus are the 7 seals of the occult book opened successively, and universal initiation is accomplished. The commentators who have sought anything else in this book of the transcendent Kabbalah have lost their time and their trouble only to render themselves ridiculous. To discover Napoleon in the angel Apollyon, Luther in the star which falls from heaven, Voltaire or Rousseau in the grasshoppers armed like warriors, is merely high fantasy. It is the same with all the violence done to the names of celebrated persons, so as to make them numerically equivalent to that fatal number 666, which we have already explained sufficiently. When we think that men like Bossuet and Newton amused themselves with such chimeras, we can understand that humanity is not so acute in its genius as might be supposed from the bearing of its vices. Number or name. The great work in practical magic after the education of the will and the personal creation of the magus is the formation of the magnetic chain. And this secret is truly that of priesthood and of royalty. To form the magnetic chain is to originate a current of ideas, which produces faith and draws a large number of wills in a given circle of active manifestation. A well-formed chain is like a whirlpool which sucks down and absorbs all. The chain may be established in 3 ways: by signs, by speech, and by contact. The first is by inducing opinion to adopt some sign as the representation of a force. Thus, all Christians communicate by the sign of the cross, Masons by that of the square beneath the sun, the Magi by that of the microcosm, made by extending the 5 fingers, etc. Once accepted and propagated, signs acquire force of themselves. In the early centuries of our era, the sight and making of the sign of the cross was enough to bring proselytes to Christianity. What is called the miraculous metal continues in our own days to effect a great number of conversions by the same magnetic law. The vision and illumination of the young Israelite Alphonse de Ratisbonne is the most remarkable fact of this kind. Imagination is creative not only within us but without us by means of our fluidic projections, and undoubtedly the phenomena of the labarum of Constantine and the cross of Meunier should be attributed to no other cause. The magic chain of speech was typified among the ancients by chains of gold, which issued from the mouth of Hermes. Nothing equals the electricity of eloquence. Speech creates the highest intelligence in the most grossly constituted masses. Even those who are too remote for actual hearing understand by sympathy, and are carried away with the crowd. Peter the Hermit convulsed Europe by his cry of "God wills it." A single word of the emperor electrified his army and made France invincible. Proudhon destroyed socialism by his celebrated paradox: property is robbery. A current saying is sufficient on occasion to demolish a reigning power. Voltaire knew this well. He who shook the world by sarcasms. So also he who feared neither Pope nor King, neither Parliament nor Bastille, was afraid of a pun. We are on the verge of fulfilling the intentions of that man whose sayings we repeat. The third method of establishing the magic chain is by contact. Between persons who meet frequently, the head of the current soon manifests, and the strongest will is not slow to absorb the others. The direct and positive grasp of hand by hand completes the harmony of dispositions, and it is for this reason a mark of sympathy and intimacy. Children who are guided instinctively by nature form the magic chain by playing at base or rounds, then gaiety spreads, and then laughter rings. Circular tables are more favorable to convivial meetings than those of any other shape. The great circular dance of the Sabbath, which concluded the mysterious assemblies of adepts in the Middle Ages, was a magic chain. It joined all in the same intentions and the same ends. It was formed by standing back to back and linking hands, the face outside the circle, in imitation of those antique sacred dances, representations of which are still found on the sculptures of old temples. The electric furs of the lynx, panther, and even domestic cat were stitched to garments in imitation of the ancient bacchanalia. Hence comes the tradition that the Sabbath miscreants each wore a cat hung from the girdle that they danced in disguise. The phenomena of tilting and talking tables have been fortuitous exhibitions of fluid communication by means of the circular chain. Mystification combined with it afterwards, and even educated and intelligent persons were so infatuated with the novelty that they hoaxed themselves and became the dupes of their own absurdity. The oracles of the tables were answers more or less voluntarily suggested or extracted by chance. They resemble the conversations which we hold or hear in dreams. Other and stranger phenomena may have been exteriorized products of imaginations at work in common. We, however, by no means deny the possible intervention of elementary spirits in these occurrences, as in those of divination by cards or by dreams, but we do not believe that it has been in any sense proven, and we are therefore in no way obliged to admit it. One of the most extraordinary powers of human imagination is the fulfillment of the desires of the will, or even of its apprehensions and fears. We believe easily anything that we fear or desire, says a proverb, and it is true because desire and fear impart to imagination a realizing power, the effects of which are incalculable. How is one attacked, for example, by a disease about which one feels nervous? We have cited already the opinions of Paracelsus on this point, and have established in our doctrinal part certain occult laws confirmed by experience. But in magnetic currents and by mediation of the chain, the realizations are all the more strange because almost invariably unexpected, at least when the chain has not been formed by an intelligent, sympathetic, and powerful leader. In fact, they are the result of purely blind and fortuitous combinations. The vulgar fear of superstitious guests when they find themselves 13 at table, and their conviction that some of the weakest and weakest among them is, like most superstitions, a remnant of magical science. The duodenary, being a complete and cyclic number in the universal analogies of nature, invariably attracts and absorbs the 13th, which is regarded as a sinister and superfluous number. If the grindstone of a mill be represented by the number 12, then 13 is that of the grain which is to be ground. On kindred considerations, the ancients established the distinctions between lucky and unlucky numbers, whence came the observance of days of good or evil augury. It is over such matters, above all, that imagination is creative, so that both days and numbers seldom fail to be propitious or otherwise to those who believe in their influence. Consequently, Christianity was right in proscribing the divinatory sciences, for in thus diminishing the number of blind chances it gave further scope and empire to liberty. Printing is an admirable instrument for the formation of the magic chain by the extension of speech. No book is lost. As a fact, writings go invariably precisely where they should go, and the aspirations of thought attract speech. We have proved this 100 times in the course of our magical initiation. The rarest books have offered themselves without seeking as soon as they became indispensable. Thus have we recovered intact that universal science which so many learned persons have regarded as engulfed by a number of successive cataclysms. Thus have we entered the great magical chain which began with Hermes or Enoch and will end only with the world. Thus have we been able to evoke and come face to face with the spirits of Apollonius, Plotinus, Synesius, Paracelsus, Cardanus, Cornelius Agrippa, and others less or more known, but too religiously celebrated to make it possible for them to be named lightly. We continue their great work, which others will take up after us, but unto whom shall it be given to complete it? The great work. To be ever rich, to be always young, and to die never, such from all time has been the dream of alchemists. To change lead, mercury, and the other metals into gold, to possess the universal medicine and the elixir of life. Such is the problem which must be solved to accomplish this desire and to realize this dream. Like all magical mysteries, the secrets of the great work have a triple meaning. They are religious, philosophical, and natural. Philosophical gold in religion is the absolute and supreme reason. In philosophy it is truth. In visible nature it is the sun. In the subterranean and mineral world it is the purest and most perfect gold. Hence the search after the great work is called the search for the absolute, and this work itself is termed the operation of the sun. All masters of science recognize that it is impossible to achieve material results until we have found the planetary analogies of the universal medicine and the philosophical stone in the two superior degrees. Then it is affirmed, is the labor simple, light, and inexpensive. Otherwise it consumes to no purpose the life and fortune of the bellows blower. The universal medicine is, for the soul, supreme reason and absolute justice. For the mind it is mathematical and practical truth. For the body it is the quintessence, which is a combination of gold and light. In the superior world, the first matter of the great work is enthusiasm and activity. In the intermediate world it is intelligence and industry. In the inferior world it is labor. In science it is sulfur, mercury, and salt, which, volatilized and fixed alternately, compose the azoth of the sages. Sulfur corresponds to the elementary form of fire, mercury to air, and water, salt to earth. All masters in alchemy who have written concerning the great work have employed symbolical and figurative expressions, and have been right in so doing, not only to deter the profane from operations which would be dangerous for them, but to make themselves intelligible to adepts by revealing the entire world of analogies which is ruled by the one and sovereign dogma of Hermes. For such, gold and silver are the sun and moon, or the king and queen. Sulfur is the flying eagle, mercury is the winged and bearded hermaphrodite, throned upon a cube and crowned with flames. Matter or salt is the winged dragon. Metals in the molten state are lions of various colors. Finally, the whole work is symbolized by the pelican and phoenix. Hermetic art is, therefore, at one and the same time, a religion, a philosophy, and a natural science. Considered as religion, it is that of the ancient Magi, the initiates of all the ages. As a philosophy, its principles may be found in the school of Alexandria and in the theories of Pythagoras. As science, its principles must be sought from Paracelsus, Nicholas Flamel, and Raymond Lully. The science is true only for those who accept and understand the philosophy and religion, while its processes are successful only for the adept who has attained sovereign volition and has thus become monarch of the elementary world. For the great agent of the solar work is that force described in the Hermetic symbol of the emerald table. It is universal magic power. It is the igneous spiritual motor. It is the odd of the Hebrews and the astral light, according to the expression which we have adopted in this work. There is the secret, living, and philosophical fire, of which all Hermetic philosophers speak only under the most mysterious reservations. There is the universal sperm, the secret of which they guard it, representing it only under the emblem of the caduceus of Hermes. Here then is the great Hermetic arcanum, and we reveal it for the first time clearly and devoid of mystical figures. That which the adepts term dead substances are bodies as found in nature. Living substances are those which have been assimilated and magnetized by the science and will of the operator. Therefore, the great work is something more than a chemical operation. It is an actual creation of the human word initiated into the power of the Word of God himself. This Hebrew text, which we transcribe in proof of the authenticity and reality of our discovery, is derived from the rabbinical Jew Abraham, the master of Nicholas Flamel, and it is found in his occult commentary on the Sefer Yetzirah, the sacred book of the Kabbalah. This commentary is extremely rare, but the sympathetic potencies of our chain led us to the discovery of a copy which has been preserved since the year 1643 in the Protestant church at Rouen. On its first page there is written Ex Dono, then an illegible name followed by De Magni. The creation of gold in the great work takes place by transmutation and multiplication. Raymond Lully states that in order to make gold we must have gold and mercury, while in order to make silver we must have silver and mercury. Then he adds, by mercury I understand that mineral spirit which is so refined and purified that it yields the seed of gold, and silver is the seed of silver. Doubtless he is here speaking of odd or astral light. Salt and sulfur are serviceable in the work only for the preparation of mercury. It is with mercury above all that the magnetic agent must be assimilated and as if incorporated. Paracelsus, Raymond Lully, and Nicholas Flamel seem alone to have understood this mystery perfectly. Basil Valentine and Trevisan indicated after an incomplete manner, which might be capable of another interpretation. But the most curious things which we have found on this subject are indicated by the mystical figures and magical legends in a book of Henry Coenrath, entitled Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeternae. Coenrath represents and resumes the most learned Gnostic schools, and connects in symbology with the mysticism of Synesius. He affects Christianity in expressions and in signs, but it is easy to see that his Christ is the Abraxas, the luminous pentagram radiating on the astronomical cross, the incarnation in humanity of the sovereign Son celebrated by the Emperor Julian. It is the luminous and living manifestation of that Ruach Elohim which, according to Moses, brooded and worked upon the bosom of the waters at the birth of the world. It is the man-son, the supreme Magus, the master and conqueror of the serpent. And in the fourfold legend of the evangelists, Coenrath finds the allegorical key of the great work. One of the pantacles of his magical book represents the philosophical stone erected in the middle of a fortress surrounded by a wall, in which there are 20 impracticable gates. One alone conducts to the sanctuary of the great work. Above the stone there is a triangle placed upon a winged dragon, and on the stone is graven the name of Christ, qualified as the symbolical image of all nature. It is by him alone, he adds, that thou canst obtain the universal medicine for men, animals, vegetables, and minerals. The winged dragon, dominated by the triangle, represents therefore the Christ of Coenrath, that is, the sovereign intelligence of light and life. It is the secret of the pentagram. It is the highest dogmatic and practical mystery of traditional magic. Thence unto the grand and ever incommunicable maxim there is only one step. The Kabbalistic figures of Abraham the Jew, which imparted to Flamel the first desire for knowledge, are no other than the 22 keys of the tarot, imitated and resumed elsewhere in the 12 keys of Basil Valentine. There the sun and moon reappear under the figures of emperor and empress. Mercury is the juggler. The great Hierophant is the adept or abstractor of the quintessence. Death, judgment, love, the dragon or devil, the hermit or lame elder, and finally all the remaining symbols are to be found with their chief attributes, almost in the same order. It could have been scarcely otherwise, since the tarot is the primeval book and the keystone of the occult sciences. It must be hermetic because it is Kabbalistic, magical, and theosophical. So also we find, by combining its 12th and 22nd keys, superposed one upon the other, the hieroglyphic revelation of the solution of the grand work and its mysteries. The 12th key represents a man hanging by one foot from a gibbet composed of 3 trees or posts, forming the Hebrew letter H. The man's arms and head constitute a triangle, and his entire hieroglyphical shape is that of a reversed triangle surmounted by a cross, an alchemical symbol known to all adepts and representing the accomplishment of the great work. The 22nd key, which bears the number 21 because the fool which precedes it carries no numeral, represents a youthful female divinity, veiled slightly and running in the flowering circle, supported at four corners by the four beasts of the Kabbalah. In the Italian tarot, this divinity has a rod in either hand. In the Beisankan tarot, the two wands are in one hand while the other is placed upon her thigh, both equally remarkable symbols of magnetic action, either alternate in its polarization or simultaneous by opposition and transmission. The great work of Hermes is therefore an essentially magical operation in the highest of all, for it supposes the absolute in science and volition. There is light in gold, gold in light, and light in all things. The intelligent will, which assimilates the light, directs in this manner the operations of substantial form, and uses chemistry solely as a secondary instrument. The influence of human will and intelligence upon the operations of nature, dependent in part on its labor, is otherwise a fact so real that all serious alchemists have succeeded in proportion to their knowledge and their faith, and have reproduced their thought in the phenomena of the fusion, salification, and recomposition of metals. Agrippa, who was a man of immense erudition and fine genius, but pure philosopher and skeptic, could not transcend the limits of metallic analysis and synthesis. Thelema, a confused, obscure, fantastic, but persevering Kabbalist, reproduced in alchemy the eccentricities of his misconstrued and mutilated tarot. Metals in his crucibles assumed extraordinary forms which excited the curiosity of all Paris, with no greater profit to the operator than the fees which were paid by his visitors. An obscure bellows blower of our own time who died mad, poor Louis Cambriel really cured his neighbors, and by the evidence of all his parish brought back to life a smith who was his friend. For him, the metallic work took the most inconceivable and apparently illogical forms. One day he beheld the figure of God himself in his crucible, incandescent like the sun, transparent as crystal, his body composed of triangular conglomerations, which Cambriel naively compared to quantities of tiny pears. One of our friends, who is a learned Kabbalist but belongs to an initiation which we regard as erroneous, performed recently the chemical operations of the great work and succeeded in impairing his sight through the excessive brilliance of the athanor. He created a new metal which resembles gold but is not gold, and hence has no value. Raymond Lully, Nicholas Flamel, and most probably Henry Coonrath made true gold, nor did they take away their secret with them, for it is enshrined in their symbols, and they have indicated, moreover, the sources from which they drew for its discovery and for the realization of its effects. It is this same secret which we ourselves make public now. Necromancy. We have declared boldly our opinion, or rather our conviction, as to the possibility of resurrection in certain cases. It remains for us now to complete the revelation of this arcanum and to expose its practice. Death is a phantom of ignorance. It does not exist. Everything in nature is living, and it is because it is alive that everything is in motion. It undergoes incessant change of form. Old age is the beginning of regeneration. It is the labor of renewing life, and the ancients represented the mystery we term death by the fountain of youth, which was entered in decrepitude and left in new childhood. The body is a garment of the soul. When this garment is worn out completely or seriously and irreparably rent, it is abandoned and never rejoined. But when it is removed by some accident without being worn out or destroyed, it can in certain cases be reassumed, either by our own efforts or by the assistance of a stronger and more active will than ours. Death is neither the end of life nor the beginning of immortality. It is the continuation and transformation of life. Now, a transformation being always a progress, few of those who are apparently dead will consent to return to life, that is, to take up the vestment which they have left behind. It is this which makes resurrection one of the hardest works of the highest initiation, and hence its success is never infallible, but must be regarded almost invariably as accidental and unexpected. To raise up a dead person, we must rivet suddenly and energetically the most powerful chains of attraction, which connect it with the body that it has just quitted. It is therefore necessary to be acquainted previously with this chain, then to seize thereon. Finally, to project an effort of will sufficiently powerful to link it up instantaneously and irresistibly. All this, as we say, is extremely difficult, but is in no sense absolutely impossible. The prejudices of materialistic science exclude resurrection at present from the natural order of things, and hence there is a disposition to explain all phenomena of this class by lethargies, more or less complicated with signs of death and more or less long in duration. If Lazarus rose again before our doctors, they would record in their memorials to official academies a strange case of lethargy accompanied by an apparent beginning of putrefaction and a strong corpse-like odor. The exceptional occurrence would be labeled with a suitable name, and the matter would be at an end. We have no wish to alarm anyone, and if out of respect for men with diplomas who represent orthodox science, it is requisite to term our theories concerning resurrection art of curing exceptional and aggravated trances, nothing, I hope, will hinder us from making such a concession. But if ever a resurrection has taken place in the world, it is incontestable that resurrection is possible. Now, the body's corporate protect religion, and religion asserts positively the fact of resurrections. Therefore, resurrections are possible. From this, escape is difficult. To say that such things are possible outside the laws of nature, and by an influence contrary to universal harmony, is to affirm that the spirit of disorder, darkness, and death can be sovereign arbiter of life. Let us not dispute with worshippers of the devil, but pass on. It is not religion alone which attests the facts of resurrection. We have collected a number of cases. An occurrence which impressed the imagination of Greuze the painter has been reproduced by him in one of his most remarkable pictures. An unworthy son, present at his father's deathbed, seizes and destroys a will unfavorable to itself. The father rallies, leaps up, curses his son, and then drops back dead a second time. An analogous and more recent fact has been certified to ourselves by ocular witnesses. A friend, betraying the confidence of one who had just died, tore up a trust deed he had signed, whereupon the dead person rose up and lived to defend the rights of his chosen heirs, which this false friend sought to set aside. The guilty person went mad, and the risen man compassionately allowed him a pension. When the Savior raised up the daughter of Jairus, he was alone with 3 faithful and favored disciples. He dismissed the noisy mourners, saying, "The girl is not dead, but sleeping." Then, in the presence only of the Father, Mother, and the 3 disciples, that is to say, in a perfect circle of confidence and desire, he took the child's hand, drew her suddenly up, and cried to her, "Young girl, I say to thee, arise." The undecided soul, doubtless in the immediate vicinity of the body, and possibly regretting its extreme youth and beauty, was surprised by the accents of that voice, which was heard by her father and mother, trembling with hope and on their knees. It returned into the body, the maiden opened her eyes, rose up, and the master commanded immediately that food should be given her, so that the functions of life might begin a new cycle of absorption and regeneration. The history of Eliseus raising up the daughter of the Shunammite, and of St. Paul raising Eutychus are facts of the same order. The resurrection of Dorcas by St. Peter, narrated so simply in the Acts of the Apostles, is also a history, the truth of which it is difficult to dispute with reason. Apollonius of Tyana seems to have accomplished similar miracles, while we ourselves have been the witness of facts which are not wanting in analogy with these. But the spirit of the century in which we live imposes in this respect the most careful reserve upon us, the thaumaturge being liable to a very indifferent reception at the hands of a discerning public, all which does not hinder the earth from revolving or Galileo from having been a great man. The resurrection of a dead person is the masterpiece of magnetism, because it needs for its accomplishment the exercise of a kind of sympathetic omnipotence. It is possible in the case of death by congestion, by suffocation, by exhaustion, or by hysteria. Eutychus, who was resuscitated by St. Paul after falling from a 3rd story, had doubtless suffered no serious internal injuries, but had succumbed to asphyxia, occasioned by the rush of air during his fall, or alternatively to violent shock and terror. In a parallel case, he who feels conscious of the power and faith necessary for such an achievement must, like the apostle, practice insufflation, mouth to mouth, combined with contact with the extremities for restoration of warmth. Were it simply a matter of what the ignorant call miracle, Elias and St. Paul, who made use of the same procedure, would have spoken of Jehovah or of Christ. It is enough sometimes to take the person by the hand and raise them quickly, summoning them in a loud voice. This procedure, which succeeds frequently in swoons, may even have effect upon the dead, when the magnetizer who exercises it is endowed with powerfully sympathetic speech and possesses what may be called eloquence of tone. He must be also tenderly loved or greatly respected by the person on whom he would operate, and he must perform the work with a great burst of faith and will, which we do not always find ourselves to possess in the first shock of a great sorrow. What is vulgarly called necromancy has nothing in common with resurrection, and it is at least highly doubtful whether in operations connected with this application of magical power, we really come into correspondence with the souls of the dead whom we evoke. There are 2 kinds of necromancy, that of light and that of darkness, the evocation by prayer, pentacle, and perfumes, and the evocation by blood, imprecations, and sacrilege. We have practiced only the first, and advise no one to devote themselves to the second. It is certain that the images of the dead do appear to the magnetized persons who evoke them. It is certain also that they never reveal any mysteries of the life beyond. They are beheld as they still exist in the memories of those who knew them, and doubtless as their reflections have left them impressed on the astral light. When evoked specters reply to questions addressed them, it is always by signs or by interior and imaginary impressions, never with a voice which really strikes the ears. And this is comprehensible enough, for how should a shadow speak? With what instrument could it cause the air to vibrate by impressing it in such a manner as to make distinct sounds? At the same time, electrical contacts are experienced from apparitions, and sometimes appear to be produced by the hand of a phantom. But the phenomena is wholly subjective, is occasioned solely by the power of imagination, and the local wealth of that occult force which we term the astral light. The proof of this is that spirits, or at least the specters pretended to be such, may indeed touch us occasionally, but we cannot touch them. And this is one of the most frightening characteristics of these apparitions, which are at times so real in appearance that we cannot unmoved feel the hand pass through that which seems a body, and yet make contact with nothing. We read in ecclesiastical historians that Spiridion, bishop of Tremithonte, afterwards invoked as a saint, called up the spirit of his daughter Irene to ascertain from her the whereabouts of some concealed money, which he had taken in charge for a traveler. Swedenborg communicated habitually with these so-called dead, whose forms appeared to him in the astral light. Several credible persons of our acquaintance have assured us that they have been revisited for years by the dead who were dear to them. The celebrated atheist Sylvanus Mareschal appeared to his widow and one of her friends to acquaint her concerning a sum of 1,500 francs which he had concealed in a secret drawer. This anecdote was related to us by an old friend of the family. Evocations should always have a motive and a justifiable end. Otherwise they are works of darkness and folly, most dangerous for health and reason. To evoke out of pure curiosity, or to find out whether we shall see anything, is to court fruitless fatigue. The transcendental sciences admit of neither doubt nor puerility. The permissible motive of an evocation may be either love or intelligence. Evocations of love require less apparatus and are in every respect easier. The procedure is as follows. We must collect, in the first place, carefully the memorials of him or her whom we desire to behold, the articles he used and on which his impression remains. We must also prepare an apartment in which the person lived, or otherwise one of similar kind, and place his portrait veiled in white therein, surrounded with his favorite flowers, which must be renewed daily. A fixed date must then be chosen, being that of the person's birth, or one that was especially fortunate for his and our own affection, one of which we may believe that his soul, however blessed somewhere, cannot lose the remembrance. This must be the day of evocation, and we must prepare for it during the space of 2 weeks. Throughout the period, we must refrain from extending to anyone the same proofs of affection which we have the right to expect from the dead. We must observe strict chastity, live in retreat, and take only one modest and light collation daily. Every evening at the same hour, we must shut ourselves in the chamber consecrated to the memory of the lamented person, using only one small light, such as that of a funeral lamp or taper. This light should be placed behind us, the portrait should be uncovered, and we should remain before it for an hour in silence. Finally, we should fumigate the apartment with a little good incense and go out backwards. On the morning of the day fixed for the evocation, we should adorn ourselves as if for a festival, not salute anyone first, make but a single repast of bread, wine, and roots or fruits. The cloth should be white, 2 covers should be laid, and 1 portion of the broken bread should be set aside. A little wine should be placed also in the glass of the person whom we design to invoke. The meal must be eaten alone in the chamber of evocations, and in presence of the veiled portrait it must be all cleared away at the end, except the glass belonging to the dead person and his portion of bread, which must be set before the portrait. In the evening, at the hour for the regular visit, we must repair in silence to the chamber, light a clear fire of cypress wood, and cast incense 7 times thereon, pronouncing the name of the person whom we desire to behold. The lamp must then be extinguished and the fire permitted to die out. On this day, the portrait must not be unveiled. When the flame dies down, put more incense on the ashes and invoke God according to the forms of that religion to which the dead person belonged, and according to the ideas which he himself possessed of God. While making this prayer, we must identify ourselves with the evoked person, speak as he spoke, believe in a sense as he believed. Then, after a silence of 15 minutes, we must speak to him as if he were present, with affection and with faith, praying him to appear before us. Renew this prayer mentally, covering the face with both hands. Then call him thrice with a loud voice, remain kneeling, the eyes closed or covered for some minutes, and then call again thrice upon him in a sweet and affectionate tone, and slowly open the eyes. Should nothing result, the same experiment must be renewed in the following year, and if necessary a 3rd time when it is certain that the desired apparition will be obtained, and the longer it has been delayed, the more realistic and striking it will be. Evocations of knowledge and intelligence are performed with more solemn ceremonies. If concerned with a celebrated personage, we must meditate for 21 days upon his life and writings, form an idea of his appearance, converse with him mentally, and imagine his answers. We must carry his portrait, or at least his name, about us, following a vegetarian diet for 21 days, and a severe fast during the last 7. We must next construct the magical oratory described in the 13th chapter of our doctrine, and see that all light is excluded therefrom. If, however, the proposed operation is to take place in the daytime, we may leave a narrow aperture on the side where the sun will shine at the hour of evocation, place a triangular prism before this opening, and a crystal globe filled with water facing the prism. If the experiment has been arranged for night, the magic lamp must be so situated that its single ray shall fall upon the altar smoke. The purpose of these preparations is to furnish the magic agents with elements of corporeal appearance, and to ease as much as possible the tension of imagination, which could not be exalted without endangering to the absolute illusion of dream. For the rest, it will be understood easily that a beam of sunlight or the ray of a lamp colored variously and falling upon curling and irregular smoke can in no way create a perfect image. The chafing dish containing the sacred fire should be in the center of the oratory and the altar of perfumes hard by. The operator must turn towards the east to pray and the west to invoke. He must be either alone or assisted by 2 persons preserving the strictest silence. He must wear the magical vestments, which we have described in the 7th chapter, and must be crowned with vervain and gold. He should bathe before the operation, and all his undergarments must be of the most intact and scrupulous cleanliness. The ceremony should begin with a prayer suited to the genius of the spirit about to be invoked, and one which would be approved by himself if he still lived. For example, it would be impossible to evoke Voltaire by reciting prayers in the style of St. Bridget. For the great men of antiquity, we may use the hymns of Cleanthes or Orpheus, with the oath terminating the golden verses of Pythagoras. In our evocation of Apollonius, we use the magical philosophy of Patricius for the ritual, containing the doctrines of Zoroaster and the writings of Hermes Trismegistus. We recited the Nuktemeron of Apollonius in Greek with a loud voice and added a conjuration beginning, "Let the Father of all be counselor and thrice great Hermes guide." For the evocation of spirits belonging to religions issued from Judaism, the following Kabbalistic invocation of Solomon should be used, either in Hebrew or in any other tongue with which the spirit in question is known to have been familiar. Powers of the kingdom, be ye under my left foot and in my right hand. Glory and eternity, take me by the 2 shoulders and direct me in the paths of victory. Mercy and justice, be ye the equilibrium and splendor of my life. Intelligence and wisdom, crown me. Spirits of Malkuth, lead me betwixt the 2 pillars upon which rests the whole edifice of the temple. Angels of Netzah and Hod, strengthen me upon the cubic stone of Jesod. O Gedulael, O Geburael, O Tifereth, Binael, be thou my love. Ruach Chochmael, be thou my light. Be that which thou art, and thou shalt be, O Cathariel. Iskim, assist me in the name of Sada. Cherubim, be my strength in the name of Adonai. Beni Elohim, be my brethren in the name of the Son, and by the powers of Zebaoth. Eldiim, do battle for me in the name of Tetragrammaton. Malachim, protect me in the name of Jod-He-Vau-He. Seraphim, cleanse my love in the name of Elvo. Hezmalim, enlighten me with the splendors of Elo and Shekhinah. Aralim, act. Ophanim, revolve and shine. Adjoth HaKadosh, cry, speak, roar, bellow. Kadosh, 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 Sadai, Adonai. Jochava, Iezerie. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Amen. It should be remembered, above all in conjurations, that the names of Satan, Beelzebub, Adramelech, and others do not designate spiritual unities, but legions of impure spirits. Our name is Legion, for we are many, says the spirit of darkness in the gospel. Number constitutes law, and progress takes place inversely in hell as the domain of anarchy. That is to say, the most advanced in satanic development, and consequently the most degraded and the least intelligent and feeblest. Thus, a fatal law drives demons downward when they wish and believe themselves to be ascending. So also those who term themselves chiefs are the most impotent and despised of all. As to the horde of perverse spirits, they tremble before an unknown, invisible, incomprehensible, capricious, implacable chief who never explains his laws, whose arm is ever stretched out to strike those who fail to understand him. They give this phantom the names of Baal, Jupiter, and even others more venerable, which cannot without profanation be pronounced in hell. But this phantom is only the shadow and remnant of God, disfigured by willful perversity, persisting in imagination like a visitation of justice and a remorse of truth. When the evoked spirit of light manifests with sad or irritated countenance, we must offer him a moral sacrifice, that is, be inwardly disposed to renounce whatever offends him, and before leaving the oratory we must dismiss him, saying, May peace be with thee. I have not wished to trouble thee, do thou torment me not. I shall labor to improve myself as to anything that vexes thee. I pray and will still pray with thee and for thee. Pray thou also both with and for me, and return to thy great slumber, expecting that day when we shall awake together. Silence and adieu. We must not close this chapter without giving some details on black magic for the benefit of the curious. The practices of Thessalian sorcerers and Roman Canedias are described by several ancient authors. In the first place, a pit was dug at the mouth of which they cut the throat of a black sheep. The Psylae and larvae, presumed to be present and swarming round to drink the blood, were driven off with the magic sword. The triple Hecate and the infernal gods were evoked, and the phantom whose apparition was desired was called upon 3 times. In the Middle Ages, necromancers violated tombs, composing filters and unguents with the fat and blood of corpses combined with aconite, belladonna, and poisonous fungi. They boiled and skinned these frightful compounds over fires fed with human bones, and crucifixes stolen from churches. They added dust of dried toads and ash of consecrated hosts. They anointed their temples, hands, and breasts with the infernal unguent, traced diabolical pantacles, evoked the dead beneath gibbets or in deserted graveyards. Their howlings were heard from afar, and belated travelers imagined that legions of phantoms rose out of the earth. The very trees, in their eyes, assumed appalling shapes. Fiery orbs gleamed in the thickets. Frogs in the marshes seemed to echo mysterious words of the Sabbath with croaking voices. It was the magnetism of hallucination and the contagion of madness. The end of procedure in black magic was to disturb reason and produce the feverish excitement which emboldens to great crimes. The grimoires, once seized and burnt by authority everywhere, are certainly not harmless books. Sacrilege, murder, theft are indicated or hinted as means to realization in almost all these works. Thus, in the Grand Grimoire and its modern version, the Red Dragon, there is a recipe entitled Composition of Death or Philosophical Stone, a broth of aquafortis, copper, arsenic, and verdigris. There are also necromantic processes comprising the tearing up of earth from graves with the nails, dragging out bones, placing them crosswise on the breast, and then assisting at midnight mass on Christmas Eve and flying out of the church at the moment of consecration, crying, Let the dead rise from their tombs. Thereafter, the procedure involves returning to the graveyard, taking a handful of earth nearest to the coffin, running back to the door of the church, which has been alarmed by the clamor, depositing the 2 bones crosswise, and again shouting, Let the dead rise from their tombs. If the operator escapes being seized and shut up in a madhouse, he must retire at a slow pace and count 4,500 steps in a straight line, which means following a broad rod or scaling walls. Having traversed this space, he lies down upon the earth, as if in a coffin, and repeats in lugubrious tones, Let the dead rise from their tombs. Finally, he calls thrice on the person whose apparition is desired. No doubt anyone who is mad enough and wicked enough to abandon himself to such operations is predisposed to all chimeras and all phantoms. Hence, the recipe of the Grand Grimoire is most efficacious, but we advise none of our readers to test it. Transmutations. St. Augustine speculates, as we have said, whether Apuleius could have been changed into an ass and then have resumed his human shape. The same doctor might have concerned himself equally with the adventure of the comrades of Ulysses, transformed into swine by Circe. In vulgar opinion, transmutations and metamorphoses have always been the very essence of magic. Now, the crowd, being the echo of opinion, which is queen of the world, is never perfectly right or entirely wrong. Magic does change the nature of things, or rather modifies their appearances at pleasure, according to the strength of the operator's will and the fascination of ambitious adepts. The spoken word creates its form, and when a person held infallible confers a name upon a given thing, the latter is really transformed into the substance signified by the name. The masterpiece of speech and of faith in this order is the real transmutation of a substance without change in its externals. Had Apollonius offered a cup of wine to his disciples and said to them, This is my blood, of which ye shall drink henceforth to perpetuate my life within you, and had his disciples through centuries believed that they effected transformation by repeating the same words, had they taken the wine despite its odor and taste for the real, human, and living blood of Apollonius, we should have to acknowledge this master in theurgy as the most accomplished of enchanters, and most potent of all the magi. It would remain for us then to adore him. Now it is well known that mesmerists impart for their somnambulists any taste that they chose to plain water, and if we assume a magus with sufficient command over the astral fluid to magnetize at the same moment a whole assembly of persons, otherwise prepared for magnetism by extreme super-excitement, we shall be in a position to explain readily, not indeed the gospel miracle of Cana, but works of the same class. Are not the fascinations of love, which result from the universal magic of nature, truly prodigious, and do they not actually transform persons and things? Love is a dream of enchantments that transfigures the world. All becomes music and fragrance, all intoxication and felicity. The beloved being is beautiful, is good, is sublime, is infallible, is radiant, glows with health and happiness. When the dream ends, we seem to have fallen from the clouds. We are inspired with disgust for the brazen sorceress who took the place of the lovely Melusine, for the Thersites whom we deemed was Achilles or Nereus. What faith is that which we cannot inspire in those who love us? But also what reason or justice can we instill into those who have finished with such love? Love begins magician and ends sorcerer. After creating the illusions of heaven on earth, it realizes those of hell. Its hatred is absurd like its ardor, because it is passional, that is, subject to the fatalities of its own influences. For this cause it has been prescribed by sages who declare it the enemy of reason. Are they to be envied or commiserated for thus condemning, doubtless without understanding, the most alluring of miscreants? All that can be said is that when they spoke thus, either they had not yet loved, or else they loved no longer. Things that are external are for us what our word internal makes them. To believe that we are happy is to be happy. Whatsoever we esteem becomes precious in proportion to the estimation itself. This is the sense in which we can say that magic changes the nature of things. The metamorphoses of Ovid are true, but they are allegorical like the golden ass of rare Apuleius. The life of beings is a progressive transformation, and its forms can be determined, prolonged further, or destroyed sooner. If the doctrine of metempsychosis were true, might one not say that the debauch represented by Circe really and materially changes men into swine, seeing that on this hypothesis the retribution of vices would be a relapse into animal forms corresponding thereunto? Now, metempsychosis, which has been misinterpreted frequently, has a perfectly true side, for animal forms communicate their sympathetic impressions to the astral body of man, which reacts speedily on his lineaments according to the force of his habits. A man of intelligent and passive mildness assumes the inert physiognomy and ways of a sheep, but in somnambulism it is a sheep that is seen, and not a man with a sheepish countenance, as the ecstatic and learned Swedenborg experienced 1,000 times. In the Kabbalistic book of Daniel the Seer, this mystery is represented by the legend of Nebuchadnezzar changed into a beast, which, after the common fate of magical allegories, has been mistaken for an actual history. In this way, we can really transform men into animals and animals into men. We can metamorphose plants and alter their virtue. We can endow minerals with ideal properties. It is all a question of willing. We can equally render ourselves visible or invisible at will, and this enables us to explain the mysteries of the ring of Gyges. In the first place, let us remove from the mind of our readers all supposition of the absurd, that is, of an effect devoid of cause or contradicting its cause. To become invisible, one of three things is necessary: the interposition of some opaque medium between the light and our body, or between our body and the eyes of the spectators, or the fascination of the eyes of the spectators in such a manner that they cannot make use of their sight. Of these methods, the third only is magical. Have we not all of us observed that under the government of a strong preoccupation, we look without seeing and collide with objects in front of us? So do they may not see, said the great initiator, and the history of this grand master tells us that one day, finding himself on the point of being stoned in the temple, he became invisible and went out. There is no need to reproduce the mystifications of popular grimoires about the ring of invisibility. Some specify that it shall be composed of fixed mercury, enriched by a small stone which it is indispensable to find in a pewit's nest, and kept in a box of the same metal. The author of the Little Albert ordains that this ring should be composed of hairs torn from the head of a raging hyena, which recalls the history of the Bell of Rodolard. The only writers who have discoursed seriously of the ring of Gyges are Jamblichus, Porphyry, and Peter of Apono. What they say is evidently allegorical, and the representation which they give, or that which can be drawn from their description, proves that they are speaking in reality of nothing but the great magical arcanum. One of the figures depicts the universal movement, harmonic and equilibrated in imperishable being. Another, which should be formed from an amalgam of the seven metals, calls for a description in detail. It has a double collet and two precious stones, a topaz constellated under the sign of the sun and an emerald under the sign of the moon. It should bear on the inner side the occult characters of the planets, and on the outer their known signs, duplicated and in Kabbalistic opposition to each other. That is, 5 on the right and 5 on the left. The signs of the sun and moon resuming the four several intelligences of the 7 planets. Now this configuration is no other than that of a pentacle signifying all mysteries of magical doctrine, and here is the occult significance of the ring. To exercise omnipotence, of which ocular fascination is one of the most difficult demonstrations to give, we must possess all science and know how to make use of it. Fascination is accomplished by magnetism. The magus inwardly forbids a whole assembly to see him, and it does not see him. In this manner he passes through guarded gates and comes out of prison in the face of his petrified jailers. At such times a strange numbness is experienced, and they recall having seen the magus as if in a dream, but never till after he is gone. The whole secret of invisibility consists, therefore, in a power which is capable of definition, being that of distracting or paralyzing attention, so that light reaches the visual organ without impressing the eye of the soul. To exercise this power, we must possess a will accustomed to sudden and energetic actions, great presence of mind, and skill no less great in causing diversions among the crowd. Let a man, for example, who is being pursued by his intending murderers, dart into a side street, return immediately, and advance with perfect calmness towards his pursuers, or let him mix with them and seem intent on the chase, and he will certainly make himself invisible. A priest who was being hunted in '93 with the intention of hanging him from a lamppost fled down a certain street, assumed a stooping gait, and leaned against a corner with an intensely preoccupied expression. The crowd of his enemies swept past. Not one saw him, or rather, it never struck anyone to recognize him. It was so unlikely to be he. The person who desires to be seen always makes himself observed, but he who would remain unnoticed effaces himself and disappears. The true ring of Gyges is the will. It is also the wand of transformations, and by its precise and strong formulation it creates the magical word. The omnipotent terms of enchantments are those which express this creative power of forms. The tetragram, which is the supreme word of magic, signifies, it is that which it shall be, and if we apply it to any transformation whatsoever with full intelligence, it will renew and modify all things, even in the teeth of evidence and common sense. The hoc est of the Christian sacrifice is a translation and application of the tetragram. Hence, this simple utterance operates the most complete, most invisible, most incredible, and most clearly affirmed of all transformations. A still stronger word than that of transformation has been judged necessary by councils to express the marvel, that of transubstantiation. The Hebrew terms have been considered by all Kabbalists as the keys of magical transformation. The Latin words est, sit, esto, fiat have the same force when pronounced with full understanding. Montalembert relates seriously in his Legend of St. Elizabeth of Hungary how one day the saintly lady, surprised by her noble husband from whom she sought to conceal her good works, in the act of carrying bread to the poor in her apron, told him that she was carrying roses, and it proved on investigation that she had spoken truly. The loaves had changed into roses. This story is a most gracious magical epilogue, and signifies that the truly wise man cannot lie, that the word of wisdom determines the form of things, or even their substance independently of their forms. Why, for example, should not the noble spouse of St. Elizabeth, a good and firm Christian like herself, and believing implicitly in the real presence of the Savior in true human body upon an altar, where he beheld only a wheaten host, why should he not believe in the real presence of roses in his wife's apron under the appearances of bread? She exhibited him loaves undoubtedly, but as she had said that they were roses, and as he believed her incapable of the smallest falsehood, he saw and wished to see roses only. This is the secret of the miracle. Another legend narrates how a saint, whose name has escaped me, finding nothing to eat on a Lenten day or a Friday, commanded the fowl to become a fish, and it became a fish. The parable needs no interpretation, and it recalls a beautiful story of Saint Spiridion of Tremethonte, the same who evoked the soul of his daughter Irene. One Good Friday, a traveler reached the abode of the holy bishop, and as bishops in those days took Christianity in earnest and were consequently poor, Spiridion, who fasted religiously, had in his house only some salted bacon, which had been made ready for Easter. The stranger was overcome with fatigue and famished with hunger. Spiridion offered him the meat, and himself shared the meal of charity, thus transforming the very flesh which the Jews regard as of all most impure into a feast of penitence, transcending the material law by the spirit of the law itself, and proving himself a true and intelligent disciple of the man-God, who hath established his elect as the monarchs of nature in the three worlds. The Sabbath of the Sorcerers. We recur once more to that terrible number 15, symbolized in the tarot by a monster thrown upon an altar, mitred and horned, having a woman's breasts and the generative organs of a man. A chimera, a malformed sphinx, a synthesis of deformities. Below this figure we read a frank and simple inscription, the devil. Yes, we confront here that phantom of all terrors, the dragon of Diogenes, the Ahriman of the Persians, the Typhon of the Egyptians, the Python of the Greeks, the old serpent of the Hebrews, the fantastic monster, the nightmare, the Crochmitain, the gargoyle, the great beast of the Middle Ages, and worse than all these, the Baphomet of the Templars, the bearded idol of the alchemists, the obscene deity of Mendes, the goat of the Sabbath. The frontispiece to this ritual reproduces the exact figure of the terrible Emperor of Night, with all his attributes and all his characters. Let us state now, for the edification of the vulgar, for the satisfaction of M. le Comte de Neuville, for the justification of the demonologist Bodin, for the greater glory of the Church, which persecuted Templars, burnt magicians, excommunicated Freemasons, etc. Let us state boldly and precisely that all inferior initiates of the occult science and profaners of the great arcanum not only did in the past, but do now and will ever adore what is signified by this alarming symbol. Yes, in our profound conviction, the Grand Masters of the Order of the Templars worshipped the Baphomet, and caused it to be worshipped by their initiates. Yes, there existed in the past, and there may be still in the present, assemblies which are presided over by this figure, seated on a throne and having a flaming torch between the horns. But the adorers of this sign do not consider, as do we, that it is a representation of the devil. On the contrary, for them it is that of the god Pan, the god of our modern schools of philosophy, the god of the Alexandrian Theurgic school and of our own mystical Neoplatonists, the god of Lamartine and Victor Cousin, the god of Spinoza and Plato, the god of the primitive Gnostic schools, the Christ also of the dissident priesthood. This last qualification ascribed to the goat of black magic will not astonish students of religious antiquities who are acquainted with the phases of symbolism and doctrine in their various transformations, whether in India, Egypt, or Judea. The bull, the dog, and the goat are the three symbolical animals of Hermetic magic, resuming all the traditions of Egypt and India. The bull represents the earth or salt of the philosophers. The dog is Hermanubis, the mercury of the sages. Otherwise, fluid, air, and water, the goat represents fire and is at the same time the symbol of generation. 2 goats, one pure and one impure, were consecrated in Judea. The first was sacrificed in expiation for sins. The other, loaded with those sins by imprecation, was set at liberty in the desert. A strange ordinance, but one of deep symbolism, signifying reconciliation by sacrifice and expiation by liberty. Now, all the fathers of the church who have concerned themselves with Jewish symbolism have recognized in the immolated goat the figure of him who assumed, as they say, the very form of sin. Hence the Gnostics were not outside symbolical traditions when they assigned this same mystical figure to Christ the Liberator. All the Kabbalah and all magic, as a fact, are divided between the cultists of the immolated and that of the emissary goat. We must recognize, therefore, a magic of the sanctuary and that of the wilderness, the white and the black church, the priesthood of public assemblies and the Sanhedrim of the Sabbath. The goat which is represented in our frontispiece bears upon its forehead the sign of the pentagram, with one point in the ascendant, which is sufficient to distinguish it as a symbol of the light. Moreover, the sign of occultism is made with both hands, pointing upward to the white moon of Chesed and downward to the black moon of Geberah. This sign expresses the perfect concord between mercy and justice. One of the arms is feminine and the other masculine, as in the androgyne of Kunrath, whose attributes we have combined with those of our goat, since they are one and the same symbol. The torch of intelligence burning between the horns is the magical light of universal equilibrium. It is also the type of the soul exalted above matter, even while cleaving to matter, as the flame cleaves to the torch. The monstrous head of the animal expresses horror of sin, for which the material agent, alone responsible, must alone and forever bear the penalty, because the soul is impassible in its nature, and can suffer only by materializing. The caduceus, which replaces the generative organ, represents eternal life. The scale-covered belly typifies water. The circle above it is the atmosphere. The feathers still higher up signify the volatile. Lastly, humanity is depicted by the two breasts and the androgyne arms of this sphinx of the occult sciences. Behold the shadows of the infernal sanctuary dissipated. Behold the sphinx of medieval terrors unveiled and cast from his throne. O modo, saci Lucifer. The dread Baphomet henceforth, like all monstrous idols, enigmas of antique science and its dreams, is only an innocent and even pious hieroglyph. How should man adore the beast, since he exercises a sovereign power over it? Let us affirm for the honor of humanity that it has never worshipped dogs and goats any more than lambs or pigeons. In the hieroglyphic orders, why not a goat as much as a lamb? On the sacred stones of Gnostic Christians of the Basilidian sect, there are representations of Christ under the diverse figures of Kabbalistic animals, sometimes a bird, and others a lion, and again a serpent with the head of a lion or bull. But in all cases he bears invariably the same attributes of light, even as our goat, which cannot be confounded with fabulous images of Satan, owing to the sign of the pentagram. Let us affirm categorically to combat the remnants of Manichaeism, which are appearing sporadically among Christians, that as a superior personality and power, Satan does not exist. He is the personification of all errors, perversities, and consequently of all weaknesses. If God may be defined as he who exists of necessity, may we not define his antagonist and enemy as necessarily he who does not exist at all? The absolute affirmation of good implies an absolute negation of evil. So also in the light, shadow itself is luminous. Thus, erring spirits are good to the extent of their participation in being and in truth. There are no shadows without reflections, no nights without moon, the planet of morning and stars. If hell be just, it is good. No one has ever blasphemed God. The insults and mockeries addressed to his disfigured images attain him not. We shall have named Manichaeism, and it is by this monstrous heresy that we shall explain the aberrations of black magic. The misconstrued doctrine of Zoroaster and the magical law of two forces constituting universal equilibrium have caused some illogical minds to imagine a negative divinity, subordinate but hostile to the active deity. An impure duad comes thus into being. Men were mad enough to have God. The Star of Solomon was separated into triangles, and the Manichaeans imagined a trinity of night. This evil god, product of sectarian fancies, inspired all manias and all crimes. Sanguinary sacrifices were offered him. Monstrous idolatry replaced the true religion. Black magic traduced the transcendent and luminous magic of true adepts, and horrible conventicles of sorcerers, ghouls, and striges took place in caverns or desert places, for dementia soon changes into frenzy, and from human sacrifices to cannibalism there is only one step. The mysteries of the Sabbath have been described variously, but they figure always in grimoires and in magical trials. The revelations made on the subject may be classified under three heads. 1. Those referring to a fantastic and imaginary Sabbath. 2. Those which betray the secrets of certain occult assemblies of veritable adepts. 3. Revelations of foolish and criminal gatherings, having for their object the operations of black magic. For a large number of unhappy men and women, given over to such mad and abominable practices, the Sabbath was but a prolonged nightmare, where dreams appeared realities and were induced by means of potions, fumigations, and narcotic frictions. Baptista Porta, whom we have signalized already as a mystifier, gives in his natural magic a pretended recipe for the unguent, by means of which they were transported to the Sabbath. It is a composition of child's fat, aconite boiled with poplar leaves and some other drugs, the whole mixed with soot, which could not contribute to the beauty of the naked sorceresses who repaired to the scene anointed with this pomade. There is another and more serious recipe given by the same author, which we transcribe in Latin to preserve its grimoire character. Recipe: Swearn acorum vulgare, pentathlon, verspertilionis sanguinem, solanum somniferum et oleum, the whole boiled and incorporated to the consistence of an unguent. We infer that compositions containing opiates, the pith of green hemp, Datura stramonium, or laurel almond, would enter quite as successfully into such preparations. The fat or blood of night birds added to these narcotics with blank magical ceremonies would impress imagination and determine the direction of dreams. To Sabbaths dreamed in this manner, we must refer the accounts of a goat issuing from pitchers and going back into them after the ceremony. Infernal powders obtained from the ordure of this goat, who is called Master Leonard. Banquets where abortions are eaten without salt and boiled with serpents and toads, dances in which monstrous animals or men and women with impossible shapes take part, unbridled debauches where incubi project cold sperm. Nightmare alone could produce or explain such scenes. The unfortunate Cure Gaufridi and his abandoned penitent Madeleine de la Palude went mad through kindred delusions, and were burned for persisting in affirming them. We must read the depositions of these deceased beings during their trial to understand the extent of the aberration possible to an afflicted imagination. But the Sabbath was not always a dream. It did exist in reality. Even now, there are secret nocturnal assemblies for the practice of the rites of the old world, some of which have a religious and social object, while that of others is concerned with orgies and conjurations. From this twofold point of view, we propose to consider the true Sabbath, that of luminous magic in the one case and that of darkness in the other. When Christianity prescribed the public exercise of the ancient worships, the partisans of the latter were compelled to meet in secret for the celebration of their mysteries. Initiates presided over these assemblies and soon established a kind of orthodoxy among the varieties of persecuted worships, this being facilitated by the aid of magical truth, and by the fact that proscription unites wills and forges bonds of brotherhood between men. Thus, the mysteries vices of Ceres Eleusinia, of Bacchus, combined with those of the Bonadea and primeval Druidism. The meetings took place usually between the days of Mercury and Jupiter, or between those of Venus and Saturn. Proceedings included rites of initiation, exchange of mysterious signs, singing of symbolical hymns, the communion of feasting in common, the successive formation of the magical chain at table and in the dance. Finally, the meeting broke up after renewing pledges in the presence of chiefs and receiving instructions from them. The candidate for the Sabbath was led, or rather carried, to the assembly, his eyes covered by the magical mantle in which he was enveloped completely. He was passed before great fires while alarming noises were made about him. When his face was uncovered, he found himself surrounded by infernal monsters and in the presence of a colossal and hideous goat which he was commanded to adore. All these ceremonies were tests of his force of character and confidence in his initiators. The final ordeal was most decisive of all because it was at first sight humiliating and ridiculous to the mind. The candidate received a brusque command to kiss respectfully the posterior of the goat. If he refused, his head was covered once more, and he was transported to a distance from the assembly with such extraordinary rapidity that he believed himself whirled through the air. If he agreed, he was taken round the symbolical idol, and there found not a repulsive and obscene object, but the young and gracious countenance of a priestess of Isis or Maya, who gave him a sisterly salute, and he was then admitted to the banquet. As to the orgies which in many such assemblies follow the banquet, we must beware of believing that they were permitted generally at these secret agapae. It is known, however, that a number of Gnostic sects practiced them in their conventicles during the early centuries of Christianity. That the flesh had its Protestants in those ages of asceticism and compression of the senses was inevitable, and can occasion no surprise. But we must not accuse transcendental magic of irregularities which it has never authorized. Isis is chaste in her widowhood. Diana Panthea is a virgin. Hermanubis, possessing both sexes, can satisfy neither. The hermetic hermaphrodite is pure. Apollonius of Tyana never yielded to the seductions of pleasure. The Emperor Julian was a man of rigid continence. Plotinus of Alexandria was ascetic in the manner of his life. Paracelsus was such a stranger to foolish love that his sex was suspected. Raymond Lully was initiated in the final secrets of science only after a hopeless passion which made him chaste forever. It is also a magical tradition that pantacles and talismans lose all their virtue when he who wears them enters a house of prostitution or commits an adultery. The Sabbath of orgies must not therefore be considered as that of the veritable adepts. With regard to the term Sabbath, some have traced it to the name of Sabbasius, and other etymologies have been imagined. The most simple, in our opinion, connects it with the Jewish Sabbath, for it is certain that the Jews, most faithful depositaries of the secrets of the Kabbalah, were almost invariably the great masters in magic during the Middle Ages. The Sabbath was therefore the Sunday of Kabbalists, the day of their religious festivals, or rather the night of their regular assembly. This feast, surrounded with mysteries, had vulgar fright for its safeguard and escaped persecution by terror. As to the diabolical Sabbath of necromancers, it was a counterfeit of that of the Magi, an assembly of malefactors who exploited idiots and fools. Their horrible rites were practiced and abominable potions compounded. Their sorcerers and sorceresses laid their plans and compared notes for the common support of their reputation in prophecy and divination. At that period, diviners were in general demand and followed a lucrative profession, while exercising a real power. Such institutions neither had nor could possess any regular rites. Everything depended on the caprice of the chiefs and the vertigo of the assembly. The reports of some who had been present served as a type for all nightmares of hallucination, and from this chaos of impossible realities and demoniac dreams have issued the revolting and foolish histories of the Sabbath, which figure in magical processes and in the books of such writers as Springer, Delancre, Delrieux, and Bodin. The rites of the Gnostic Sabbath were imported into Germany by an association which took the name of Mopsis. It replaced the Kabbalistic goat by the Hermetic dog, and the candidates, male or female, for the order initiated women, were brought in with eyes bandaged. The same infernal noise was made about them which surrounded the name of Sabbath with so many inexplicable rumors. They were asked whether they were afraid of the devil, and were required abruptly to choose between kissing the posterior of the Grand Master and that of a small silk-covered figure of a dog, which was substituted for the old grand idol of the goat of the Mendes. The sign of recognition was a ridiculous grimace, which recalls the phantasmagoria of the ancient Sabbath and the masks of its myrmidons. For the rest, their doctrine is summed up in the cultus of love and license. The association came into existence when the Roman Church was persecuting Freemasonry. The Mopsis pretended to recruit only among Catholics, and for the penal pledge at reception they substituted a solemn engagement upon honor to reveal no secrets of the order. It was more effectual than any oath and silenced religious objections. The name of the Templar Baphomet, which should be spelled Kabbalistically backwards, is composed of three abbreviations: Tem, Ob, Ab. Templi omnium hominum pars Abbas, the father of the temple of peace of all men. According to some, the Baphomet was a monster's head, but according to others, a demon in the form of a goat. A sculptured coffer was disinterred recently in the ruins of an old commandery of the temple, and antiquaries observed upon it a Baphometic figure, corresponding by its attributes to the goat of Mendes and the androgyne of Cunrath. It was a bearded figure with a female body, holding the sun in one hand and the moon in the other, attached to chains. Now, this virile head is a beautiful allegory which attributes to thought alone the initiative and creative principle. Here, the head represents spirit and the body matter. The orbs enchained to the human form, and directed by that nature of which intelligence is the head, are also magnificently allegorical. The sign, all the same, was discovered to be obscene and diabolical by the learned men who examined it. Can we be astonished after this at the spread of medieval superstition in our own day? One thing only surprises me, that, believing in the devil and his agents, men do not rekindle the faggots. M. Veilo is logical and demands it. One should honor men who have the courage of their opinions. Pursuing our curious researches, we come now to the most atrocious mysteries of the grimoire, those which are concerned with evocations of devils and pacts with hell. After attributing a real existence to the absolute negation of goodness, after having enthroned the absurd and created a god of falsehood, it remained for human folly to invoke the impossible idol, and this maniacs have done. We were informed lately that the most reverend Father Ventura, formerly superior of the Theatines, bishop's examiner, etc., after reading our doctrine, declared that the Kabbalah was in his opinion an invention of the devil, and that the Star of Solomon was another diabolical device to persuade the world that Satan was the same as God. Observe what is taught seriously by those who are masters in Israel. The ideal of nothingness and night, inventing a sublime philosophy which is the universal basis of faith and the keystone of all temples. The demon setting his signature by the side of God's. My venerable masters in theology, you are greater sorcerers than you or others are aware, and he who said the devil is a liar like his father would have had some observations to make on the decisions of your reverences. Evokers of the devil must before all things belong to a religion which admits a creative devil, who is also rival of God. To invoke a power, we must believe in it. Given such firm faith in the religion of the devil, we must proceed as follows to enter into correspondence with this pseudo-deity. Magical axiom. Within the circle of its action, every word creates that which it affirms. Direct consequence. He who affirms the devil creates or makes the devil. Conditions of success in infernal evocations. 1. Invincible obstinacy. 2. A conscience at once hardened to crime and most prone to remorse and fear. 3. Affected or natural ignorance. 4. Blind faith in all that is incredible. 5. An utterly false idea of God. We must afterwards, 1. Profane the ceremonies of the cultists in which we believe. 2. Offer a bloody sacrifice. 3. Procure the magic fork, which is a branch of a single bough of hazel or almond, cut at one blow with the new knife used for the sacrifice. It must terminate in a fork which must be armored with iron or steel, made from the blade of the knife before mentioned. A fast of 15 days must be observed, taking a single unsalted repast after sundown. It should consist of black bread and blood, seasoned with unsalted spices or black beans and milky and narcotic herbs. We must get drunk every 5 days after sundown on wine in which 5 heads of black poppies and 5 ounces of pounded hemp seed have been steeped for 5 hours, the infusion being strained through a cloth woven by a prostitute. Strictly speaking, the first cloth which comes to hand may be used, should it have been woven by a woman. The evocation should be performed on the night between Monday and Tuesday, or that between Friday and Saturday. A solitary and forbidden spot must be chosen, such as a cemetery haunted by evil spirits, a dreaded ruin in the country, the vaults of an abandoned convent, a place where some murder has been committed, a druidic altar, or an old temple of idols. A black seamless and sleeveless robe must be provided, a leaden cap emblazoned with the signs of the moon, Venus, and Saturn, 2 candles of human fat set in black wooden candlesticks, carved in the shape of a crescent, 2 crowns of vervain, a magical sword with a black handle, the magical fork, a copper vase containing the blood of the victim, a censer holding perfumes, namely incense, camphor, aloes, ambergris, and storax, mixed together with the blood of a goat, a mole, and a bat, 4 nails taken from the coffin of an executed criminal, the head of a black cat which has been nourished on human flesh for 5 days, a bat drowned in blood, the horns of a goat, cum quo puella concuberit, and the skull of a parricide. All these hideous objects, though scarcely possible to obtain, having been collected, they must be arranged as follows. A perfect circle is traced by the sword, leaving, however, a break or point of issue on one side. A triangle is drawn in the circle, and the pentacle thus formed is colored with blood. A chafing dish is placed at one of its angles, and this should have been included among the indispensable objects already enumerated. At the opposite base of the triangle, 3 little circles are described for the sorcerer and his 2 assistants. Behind that of the first, the sign of the labarum or monogram of Constantine is drawn, not with the blood of the victim, but with the operator's own blood. He and his assistants must have bare feet and covered heads. The skin of the immolated victim must be brought also to the spot, and, being cut into strips, must be placed within the circle, thus forming a second and inner circle fixed at 4 corners by 4 nails from the coffin mentioned already. Hard by the nails, but outside the circle, must be placed the head of the cat, the human or rather inhuman skull, the horns of the goat, and the bat. They must be sprinkled with a branch of birch dipped in the blood of the victim, and then a fire of cypress and alderwood must be lighted, the 2 magical candles being placed on the right and left of the operator, and circled with the wreaths of vervain. The formula of evocation can be pronounced now as they are found in the magical elements of Peter of Apono, or in the grimoires, whether printed or manuscript. That of the Grand Grimoire, reproduced in the vulgar Red Dragon, has been altered willfully and should be read as follows. By Adonai Elohim Adonai, Jehovah Adonai Sabaoth, Metraton on Agla Adonai Mathon, the Pythonic word, the mystery of the salamander, the assembly of the sylphs, the grotto of the gnomes, the demons of the heaven of Gad, Almusin, Gior, Jehoshua, Avam, Zeriat Natmik, come, come, come. The grand appellation of Agrippa consists only in these words, Dais mais jeshet boene Joseph du vema initimas. We make no pretense of understanding their meaning. Possibly they possess none. Assuredly none which is reasonable, since they avail in evoking the devil, who is the sovereign unreason. Picus de Mirandola, no doubt from the same motive, affirms that in black magic the most barbarous and unintelligible words are the most efficacious and the best. The conjurations are repeated with uplifted voice, accompanied by imprecations and menaces until the spirit replies. He is preceded commonly by a violent wind which seems to make the whole country resound. Then domestic animals tremble and hide away. The assistants feel a breath upon their faces, and their hair, damp with cold sweat, rises upon their heads. The grand and supreme appellation, according to Peter of Apono, is as follows. The ordinary signs and signatures of demons are given below, but they are those of inferior demons, and here follow the official signatures of the princes of hell, attested judicially O.M. le Comte de Mireville, and preserved in the archives of justice as convincing evidences for the trial of the unfortunate urban grandeur. These signatures appear under a pact of which Colin de Plancy gives a facsimile reproduction in the atlas of his infernal dictionary. It has this marginal note: the draft is in hell, in the closet of Lucifer. A valuable item of information about a locality but imperfectly explored, and belonging to a period in no wise remote from our own, though anterior to the trial of young Labarre and Etalande, who, as everyone knows, were contemporaries of Voltaire. Evocations were followed frequently by pacts written on parchment of goatskin with an iron pen, and blood drawn from the left arm. The document was in duplicate. One copy was carried off by the fiend, and the other swallowed by the willful reprobate. The reciprocal engagements were that the demon should serve the sorcerer during a given period of years, and that the sorcerer should belong to the demon after a determined time. The Church in her organisms has consecrated the belief in all these things. It may be said indeed that black magic and its darksome prince are the true, living, and terrific creations of Roman Catholicism, that they are even its special and characteristic work, for priests invent not God. So also true Catholics cleave from the bottom of their hearts to the conservation and even the regeneration of this great work, which is the philosophical stone of the official and positive cultus. In prison slang, the devil is called Baker by convicts. All our desire, and we speak no longer from the standpoint of the magus, but as a devoted child of Christianity and of that church to which we owe our earliest education and our first enthusiasms, all our desire, we say, is that the phantom of Satan may no longer be called also the Baker, for ministers of morality and representatives of the highest virtue. Will they appreciate our intention and forgive the boldness of our aspirations in consideration of our devoted intentions and the sincerity of our faith? The devil-making magic which dictated the grimoire of Pope Honorius, the Enchiridion of Leo III, the exorcisms of the ritual, the verdicts of inquisitors, the suits of la Bardemont, the articles of the Veuillot brothers, the books of M.M. de Falloux, de Montalembert, de Mireville, the magic of sorcerers and of pious persons who are not sorcerers is truly a thing to be condemned in some and infinitely deplored in others. It is above all to combat these unhappy aberrations of the human mind by their exposure that we have published this book. May it further the holy cause. But we have not yet exhibited these impious devices in all their turpitude, in all their monstrous folly. We must stir up the blood-stained filth of our perished superstitions. We must tax the annals of demonomania, so as to explore certain crimes which imagination alone could not invent. The Kabbalist Bodin, Israelite by conviction and Catholic by necessity, had no other intention in his demonomania of sorcerers than to impeach Catholicism in its works, and undermine it in the greatest of all its doctrinal abuses. The treatise of Bodin is profoundly Machiavellian and strikes at the heart of the institutions and persons it appears to defend. It would be difficult to conceive without reading it his vast mass of sanguinary and hideous histories, acts of revolting superstition, sentences and executions of stupid ferocity. Burn all, the inquisitors seem to cry. God will distinguish his own. Poor fools, hysterical women, and idiots were accordingly sacrificed without mercy for the crime of magic, while at the same time great criminals eluded this infamous and sanguinary justice. Bodin gives us to understand as much by recounting such anecdotes as that which he connects with the death of Charles IX. It is an almost unknown abomination, and one which has not, so far as we are aware, tempted the skill of any romancer, even at periods of the most feverish and deplorable literature. Attacked by a disease of which no physician could discover the cause or explain the frightful symptoms, King Charles IX was dying. The Queen Mother, who ruled him entirely and had everything to lose under another reign. The Queen Mother, who has been suspected as author of the disease, even against her own interests, because hidden devices and undeclared interests have been attributed always to her who was capable of anything, consulted her astrologers and then had recourse to the foulest form of magic, the oracle of the bleeding head, for the sufferer's condition grew worse and more desperate daily. The infernal operation was performed in the following way. A child was selected of beautiful appearance and innocent manners. He was prepared for his first communion by the almoner of the palace. When the day, or rather night, of the sacrifice arrived, a monk, an apostate Jacobin, given over to the occult works of black magic, celebrated a mass of the devil at midnight in the sick room, in the presence only of Catherine de Medicis and her trusted confidants. It was offered before the image of the demon, having a crucifix upside down under its feet, and the sorcerer consecrated 2 hosts, one black and one white. The white was given to the child, who was brought in clothed as for baptism, and was murdered on the steps of the altar immediately after this communion. His head, cut by one blow from the body, was set palpitating upon the great black host which covered the bottom of the paten, and then transported to a table where mysterious lamps were burning. The exorcism began, an oracle was besought of the demon, and an answer by the mouth of the head to a secret question which the king dared not make aloud and had confided to no one. A strange and feeble voice, which had nothing human about it, was heard presently in the poor little martyr's head, saying in Latin, Vim patior, I suffer violence. At this reply, which doubtless announced to the sick man that hell no longer protected him, a horrible trembling seized the monarch. His arms stiffened, and he cried in a hoarse voice, Away with that head! Away with that head! And so continued screaming till he gave up the ghost. His attendants, who were not in the confidence of this frightful mystery, believed that he was pursued by the phantom of Coligny, and that he saw the head of the illustrious admiral. That which tormented the dying man was not, however, a remorse, but the hopeless terror of an anticipated hell. This darksome magical legend of Bodin recalls the abominable practices and deserved fate of Gilles de Laval, lord of Rates, who passed from asceticism to black magic, and offered the most revolting sacrifices to conciliate the favor of Satan. This madman confessed at his trial that Satan had appeared to him frequently, but had always deceived him by promises of treasures which he had never delivered. It transpired from the judicial informations that several hundred unfortunate children had fallen victims to the cupidity and atrocious fancies of this monster. Witchcraft and spells. What sorcerers and necromancers sought above all in their evocations of the impure spirit was that magnetic power which is the possession of the true adept, but was desired by them only that they might abuse it shamefully. The folly of sorcerers was an evil folly, and one of their chief ends was the power of bewitchments or harmful influences. We have set down in our doctrine what we think upon the subject of bewitchment, and how it seems to us a dangerous and real power. The true magus bewitches without ceremonial, and by his mere reprobation those whom he condemns and considers it necessary to punish. His forgiveness even bewitches those who do him wrong, and never do the enemies of initiates carry far the impunity of their injustice. We ourselves have witnessed numerous examples of this fatal law. The murderers of martyrs always perish miserably, and the adepts are martyrs of intelligence. Providence seems to scorn those who despise them and to slay those who would deprive them of life. The legend of the wandering Jew is the popular poetry of this arcanum. A wise man was driven by a nation to his doom. It made him go on when he sought to rest for a moment. What is the consequence? A similar condemnation overtakes the nation itself. It is prescribed bodily. Men have cried to it, get on, for centuries, and it has found no pity and no repose. The man of learning had a wife whom he loved wildly and passionately. In the exaltation of his tenderness, he honored her with blind confidence and trusted her entirely. Vain of her beauty and understanding, this woman became jealous of her husband's superiority and began to hate him. Sometime after she deserted him, disgracing herself with an old, ugly, stupid, and immoral man. This was the beginning of her punishment, but it did not end there. The man of learning pronounced solemnly the following sentence upon her. I take back your understanding and your beauty. The year after she was no longer recognized by those who had known her, she was disfigured by obesity and reflected in her countenance the hideousness of her new affections. 3 years later, she was ugly. 7 years later, she was deranged. This happened in our own time, and we were acquainted with both persons. The magus condemns after the manner of the skillful physician, and for this reason there is no appeal from his sentence when it has been once pronounced against a guilty person. There are no ceremonies and no invocations. He does but abstain from eating at the same table, or if forced to do so, neither accepts nor offers salt. But the bewitchments of sorcerers are of another kind, and may be compared to an actual poisoning of some current of astral light. They exalt their will by ceremonies till it becomes venomous at distance, but as we have observed in our doctrine, they expose themselves more often to be the first that are killed by their infernal machinery. Let us stigmatize at this point some of their guilty proceedings. They procure hair or garments of the person whom they seek to destroy. They select an animal which seems to them symbolic of the person, and by means of the hair or garments they place it in magnetic connection with him or her. They give it the same name and then slay it with one blow of the magic knife. They cut open the breast, tear out the heart, wrap it while still palpitating in the magnetized objects, and hourly, for the space of 3 days, they drive nails, red-hot pins, or long thorns therein, pronouncing malediction upon the name of the bewitched being. They are persuaded, and often rightly, that the victim of their infamous operations experiences as many tortures as if his own heart had been pierced at all points. He begins to waste away and dies after a time of an unknown disease. Another bewitchment, made use of by country people, consists in consecration of nails to works of hatred by means of the stinking fumigations of Saturn and invocations of evil genii. They follow the footsteps of the person whom it is sought to torment, and drive the nails crosswise into every imprint of his feet which can be traced upon the earth or sand. Yet another and more abominable practice. A fat toad is selected. It is baptized. The name and surname of the person to be bewitched is given it. It is made to swallow a consecrated host over which the formula of execration have been pronounced. The animal is then wrapped in magnetized objects, bound with the hairs of the victim, upon which the operator has previously spat, and is buried at the threshold of the bewitched person's door, or at some point where he is obliged to pass daily. The elementary spirit of the toad will become a nightmare and vampire, haunting the dreams of the victim, unless indeed he should know how to drive it back on the operator. Let us pass now to bewitchments by waxen images. The sorcerers of the Middle Ages, eager to please by their sacrileges him whom they regarded as their monster, mixed baptismal oil and ashes of consecrated hosts with a modicum of wax. Apostate priests were never wanting to deliver them the treasures of the church. With the accursed wax, they formed an image as far as possible resembling the person whom they desired to bewitch. They clothed this image with garments similar to his. They administered to it the sacraments which he received. They called down upon its head all maledictions which could express the hatred of the sorcerer, inflicting daily imaginary tortures upon it so as to reach and torment by sympathy the person whom the image represented. This bewitchment is more infallible if the hair, blood, and above all a tooth of the victim can be procured. It was this which gave rise to the proverbial saying, "You have a tooth against me," meaning you bear me a grudge. There is also bewitchment by the glance, called the jettatura or evil eye in Italy. During our civil wars, a shopkeeper had the misfortune to inform against one of his neighbors, who after a period of detention was set at liberty, but with his position lost. His sole vengeance was to pass twice daily the shop of the informer, whom he regarded fixedly, saluted, and went on. Some little time after, the shopkeeper, unable to bear the torment of his glance any longer, sold his goods at a loss and changed his neighborhood, leaving no address. In a word, he was ruined. A threat is a real bewitchment, because it acts powerfully on the imagination, above all when the latter is open readily to belief in an occult and unlimited power. The terrible menace of hell, that bewitchment of humanity during so many centuries, has created more nightmares, more nameless diseases, more furious madness than all vices and all excesses combined. This is what Hermetic artists of the Middle Ages represented by the incredible and unheard-of monsters which they carved about the doorways of basilicas. But bewitchment by threat produces an effect altogether contrary to the intentions of the operator when it is evidently a vain intimidation, when it does outrage to the legitimate pride of the menaced person and consequently provokes his resistance, or finally when it is ridiculous by its atrocity. The sectaries of hell have discredited heaven. Say to a reasonable man that equilibrium is the law of motion in life, that liberty, which is moral equilibrium, rests upon an eternal and immutable distinction between true and false, between good and bad. Tell him that, endowed as he is with free will, he must place himself by his works in the empire of truth and goodness, or slide back eternally like the rock of Sisyphus into the chaos of falsehood and evil. Then he will understand the doctrine. And if you term truth and goodness heaven, falsehood and evil hell, he will believe in your heaven and hell over which the divine ideal rests calm, perfect and inaccessible to either wrath or offense, because he will understand that if in principle hell be eternal as liberty, it cannot in fact be more than a temporary agony for souls, because it is an expiation, and the idea of expiation necessarily supposes that of reparation and destruction of evil. This said, not with dogmatic intention, which is outside our province, but to indicate the moral and reasonable remedy for the bewitchment of consciences by the terrors of the life beyond. Let us speak of the means of escaping the baleful influences of human wrath. The first among all is to be reasonable and just, giving no opportunity or excuse to anger. A legitimate indignation is greatly to be feared. Make haste, therefore, to acknowledge and expiate your faults. Should anger persist after that, then it certainly proceeds from vice. Seek to know what vice and unite yourself strongly to the magnetic currents of the opposite virtue. The bewitchment will have no further power upon you. Wash carefully the clothes which you have finished with before giving them away. Otherwise, burn them. Never use a garment which has belonged to an unknown person without purifying it by water, sulfur, and such aromatics as camphor, incense, amber, etc. A potent means of resisting bewitchment is not to fear it. It acts after the manner of contagious maladies. In times of epidemic, the terror-struck are the first to be attacked. The secret of not fearing an evil is not to think about it, and my advice is completely disinterested since I give it in a work on magic of which I am the author. When I urge upon persons who are nervous, feeble, credulous, hysterical, superstitious, devotees, foolish, without energy and without will, never to open a book on magic, to close this one if they have opened it, to turn a deaf ear to those who talk of the occult sciences, to deride them, never to believe in them, and to drink water, as said the great Pantagruelist magician, the excellent cure of Meudon. As for the wise, and it is time that we turn to them after making an allowance for the foolish, they have scarcely any sorceries to fear, save those of fortune. But seeing that they are priests and physicians, they may be called upon to cure the bewitched, and this should be their method of procedure. They must persuade such a person to do some act of goodness to his tormentor, render him some service which he cannot refuse, and lead him directly or otherwise to the communion of salt. A person who believes himself bewitched by the execration and internment of the toad must carry about him a living toad in a horn box. For the bewitchment of the pierced heart, the afflicted individual must be made to eat a lamb's heart seasoned with sage and onion, and to carry a talisman of Venus or of the moon in a satchel filled with camphor and salt. For bewitchment by the waxen figure, a more perfect figure must be made and set about as far as possible with things belonging to the person. 7 talismans must be hung round the neck. It must be placed in the middle of a great pantacle representing the pentagram, and each day must be rubbed slightly with a mixture of oil and balm after reciting the conjuration of the 4 to turn aside the influence of elementary spirits. At the end of 7 days, the image must be burnt in consecrated fire, and one may rest assured that the figure fabricated by that sorcerer will at such moment lose all virtue. We have mentioned already the sympathetic medicine of Paracelsus, who medicated waxen limbs and operated upon discharges of blood from wounds for the cure of wounds themselves, wise practices. But we shall follow up this subject in a special treatise consecrated to occult medicine. Contracts by parents forestalling the future of their children are bewitchments, which cannot be condemned too strongly. Children dedicated in Waite, for example, scarcely ever prosper. Those who were formerly devoted to celibacy fell commonly into debauch, or ended in despair and madness. Man is not permitted to do violence to destiny, still less to impose bonds upon the lawful use of liberty. As a supplement or appendix to this chapter, we will add a few words about mandragores and androids, which several writers on magic confound with waxen images, serving the purposes of bewitchment. The natural mandragore is a filamentous root which presents more or less as a whole either the figure of a man or that of the virile members. It is slightly narcotic, and an aphrodisiacal virtue was ascribed to it by the ancients, who represented it as being sought by Thessalian sorcerers for the composition of philters. Is this root the umbilical vestige of our terrestrial origin, as a certain magical mysticism has suggested? We dare not affirm it seriously, but it is true all the same that man issued from the slime of earth, and his first appearance must have been in the form of a rough sketch. The analogies of nature compel us to admit the notion, at least as a possibility. The first men were, in this case, a family of gigantic sensitive mandragores, animated by the sun, who rooted themselves up from the earth. Such an assumption not only does not exclude, but on the contrary positively supposes creative will and the providential cooperation of a first cause, which we have reason to call God. Some alchemists, impressed by this idea, indulged in reveries on the culture of the mandragore and experimented in the artificial reproduction of a soil sufficiently fruitful and a sun sufficiently active to humanize the said root, and thus create men without the concurrence of the female. Others, who regarded humanity as the synthesis of animals, despaired about vitalizing the mandragore, but they crossed monstrous pairs and projected human seed into animal earth, only for the production of shameful crimes and barren deformities. The third method of making the android was by galvanic machinery. One of these almost intelligent automata was attributed to Albertus Magnus, and it is said that St. Thomas destroyed it with one blow from a stick because he was perplexed by its answers. This story is an allegory. The android was primitive scholasticism, which was broken by the Summa of St. Thomas, that daring innovator who first substituted the absolute law of reason for arbitrary divinity, by formulating an axiom which we cannot repeat too often, since it comes from such a master. A thing is not just because God wills it, but God wills it because it is just. The real and serious android of the ancients was a secret which they have kept hidden from all eyes, and Mesmer was the first who dared to divulge it. It was the projection of the will of the magus into another body, organized and served by an elementary spirit. In more modern and intelligible terms, it was a magnetic subject. The writing of the stars. We have finished with Infernus, and we breathe the fresh air freely as we turn to daylight after traversing the crypts of black magic. Get thee behind us, Satan. We renounce thee with all thy pomps and works, and still more with all thy deformities, thy meanness, thy nothingness, thy deception. The great initiator beheld thee fall from heaven like a thunderbolt. The Christian legend changes thee, making thee set thy dragon's head mildly beneath the foot of the Mother of God. Thou art for us the image of unintelligence and mystery. Thou art unreason and blind fanaticism. Thou art the Inquisition and its hell. Thou art the god of Torquemada and Alexander the Sixth. Thou hast become the sport of children, and thy final place is at the side of Polichinello. Henceforth, thou art only a grotesque figure in our traveling booths and a means of instruction in a few so-called religious markets. After the 16th key of the tarot, which represents the downfall of Satan's temple, we find on the 17th leaf a magnificent and gracious emblem. A naked woman, a young and immortal maid, pours down on earth the water of universal life from two ewers, one of gold and one of silver. Hard by there is a flowering shrub on which rests the butterfly of Psyche. Above shines an 8-pointed star with 7 other stars around it. I believe in eternal life. Such is the final article of the Christian symbol, and this of itself is a full profession of faith. When they compared the calm and peaceful immensity of heaven, thronged with immovable lights, to the tumults and darkness of this world, the ancients believed themselves to have discovered in that beautiful book, written in letters of gold, the final utterance of the enigma of destinies. In imagination, they drew lines of correspondence between these shining points of divine writing, and it is said that the first constellations marked out by the shepherds of Chaldea were also the first letters of the Kabbalistic alphabet. These characters, expressed first of all by means of lines, and then enclosed in hieroglyphic figures, would, according to M. Moreau de Damartine, author of a very curious treatise on alphabetic characters, have determined the ancient magi in the choice of the tarot figures, which are considered by this man of learning, as by ourselves, an essentially hieratic and primitive book. Thus, in his opinion, the Chinese Siu, the Hebrew Aleph, and the Greek Alpha, expressed hieroglyphically by the figure of the juggler, would be borrowed from the constellation of the crane, in the vicinity of the celestial fish, a sign of the Eastern Hemisphere. The Chinese Chu, the Hebrew Beth, and the Latin B, corresponding to Pope Joan or Juno, were formed from the head of the ram. The Chinese Yin, the Hebrew Gimel, and the Latin G, represented by the Empress, would be derived from the constellation of the Great Bear, etc. The Kabbalist Gaffarel, whom we have cited more than once, erected a planisphere in which all the constellations form Hebrew letters, but we confess that the configurations are frequently arbitrary in the highest degree, and upon the indication of a single star, for example, we can see no reason why certain letters should be traced rather than others. We are deterred, therefore, from reproducing a copy of Gaffarel's planisphere, examples of which are, moreover, not exceedingly rare. It was included in the work of Montfaucon on the religions and superstitions of the world, and also in the treatise upon magic published by the mystic Eckhart Schausen. Scholars, moreover, are not agreed upon the configuration of the letters to the primitive alphabet. The Italian tarot, of which the lost Gothic originals are much to be regretted, connects by the disposition of its figures with the Hebrew alphabet in use after the captivity, and known as the Assyrian alphabet. But there are fragments of anterior tarots where the disposition is different. There should be no conjecture in matters of research, and hence we suspend our judgment in the expectation of fresh and more conclusive discoveries. As to the alphabet of the stars, we believe it to be instinctive, like the configuration of clouds, which seem to assume any form that imagination lends them. Star groups are like points in geomancy or the figures of cartomancy. They are a pretext for automagnetism, an instrument to fix and determine native intuition. Thus, a Kabbalist familiar with mystic hieroglyphics will perceive signs in the stars which will not be discerned by a simple shepherd. But the shepherd, on his part, will observe combinations that will escape the Kabbalist. Country people substitute a rake for the belt and sword of Orion, while a Kabbalist recognizes in the same sign, considered as a whole, all the mysteries of Ezekiel, the 10 Sephiroth arranged in a triadic manner, a central triangle formed of 4 stars, and a line of 3 stars making the Jod, the 2 figures taken together expressing the mysteries of Bereshith, and finally 4 stars constituting the wheels of Merkabah, and completing the divine chariot. Looked at after another manner and postulating other ideal lines, you will notice a well-formed gimel placed above Jod in a large Dalet, the symbol typifying the strife between good and evil, but the final triumph of good. As a fact, the gimel superimposed on the Jod is the triad produced by unity, the manifestation of the divine word, whilst the reverse Daleth is the triad composed of the evil duad multiplied by itself. Thus regarded, the figure of Orion would be identical with that of the angel Michael doing battle with the dragon, and the appearance of this sign, so understood, would be for the Kabbalist a portent of victory and happiness. A long contemplation of the sky exalts imagination, and then the stars respond to our thoughts. The lines drawn mentally from one to another by primitive observers have given man his first notions of geometry. Accordingly, as our soul is troubled or at rest, the stars seem burning with menace or sparkling with hope. The sky is thus the mirror of the human soul, and when we think that we are reading in the stars, it is in ourselves we read. Gaffarel, applying the presages of celestial writing to the destinies of empires, says that not in vain did the ancients place all signs of evil augury in the northern region of the sky. Calamities have been in all ages regarded as coming from the north to spread themselves over the earth by the invasion of the south. For this reason, he tells us, the ancients represented in the northern parts of the heaven a serpent or dragon near 2 bears, since these animals are the true hieroglyphs of tyranny, pillage, and all oppression. As a fact, glance at history, and you will see that all great devastations proceed from the north. The Assyrians or Chaldeans, incited by Nebuchadnezzar or Salmanasar, gave fullest evidence of this truth by the destruction of the most splendid and most holy temple and city in the universe, and by the complete overthrow of a people whom God himself had taken under his special protection, and of whom he termed himself Father especially. So also that other Jerusalem, Rome the Blessed, has it not too experienced frequently the violence of this evil northern race, when it beheld its altars demolished and the towers of its proud edifices brought level with the foundations, through the cruelty of Alaric, Genseric, Attila, and other princes of the Goths, Huns, Vandals, and Alani. Very properly, therefore, in the secrets of this celestial writing, do we read calamities and misfortunes on the northern side, since a septentrione penditur omne malum. Now, the word which we translate by penditur is also an equivalent of depingitur or scribitur, and the prophecy signifies equally. All misfortunes of the world are written in the northern sky. We have transcribed this passage at length because it is not without application in our own day, when the north once more seems to threaten Europe. But it is also the destiny of hoarfrost to be melted by the sun, and darkness disappears of itself when the light manifests. Such is for us the last word of prophecy and the secret of the future. Gaffarel adds yet another prognosis drawn from the stars, as, for example, the progressive weakening of the Ottoman Empire. But, as mentioned already, his constellated letters are exceedingly arbitrary. He states, for the rest, that he derived his predictions from a Hebrew Kabbalist, Rabbi Homer, but does not pretend to understand him especially well. Here follows a table of magical characters designed according to the zodiacal constellations by ancient astrologers. Each of them represents the name of a genius, be he good or evil. It is known that the signs of the zodiac correspond to various celestial influences, and consequently signify an annual alternative of good or evil. The names of the genie designated by the above characters are, for the ram, Sataran and Sarahiel, for the bull, Bagdal and Araziel, for the twins, Sagras and Sarahiel, for the crab, Radar and Fakiel, for the lion, Sagam and Saratiel, for the virgin, Iadara and Shaltiel, for the balance, Razgarbin and Hadakiel, for the scorpion, Rehol and Sasaiel, for the archer, Vinori and Saritaiel, for the goat, Sagdalon and Samakiel, Sukmakail, for the fishes, Rasamasa and Bakaviel. A wise man seeking to read the sky must observe also the days of the moon, the influence of which is very great in astrology. The moon attracts and repels alternately the magnetic fluid of the earth, and thus produces the ebb and flow of the sea. We must be well acquainted, therefore, with its phases and be able to distinguish its days and hours. The new moon is favorable at the beginning of all magical works. From first quarter to full moon, its influence is warm. From full moon to third quarter, it is dry. And from third quarter to last, it is cold. Here follow the special characters of all days of the moon, distinguished by the 22 tarot keys and by the signs of the 7 planets. 1. The juggler or magus. The first day of the moon is that of the creation of the moon itself. This day is consecrated to mental enterprises and should be favorable for opportune innovations. 2. Hope Joan or occult science. The second day, the genius of which in Idiel was the 5th of creation, for the moon was made on the 4th day. The birds and fishes created on this day are living hieroglyphs of magical analogies and of the universal doctrine of Hermes. The water and air, which were filled thereby with forms of the word, are elementary figures of the Mercury of the sages, that is, of intelligence and speech. This day is propitious to revelations, initiations, and great discoveries of science. 3. The celestial mother or empress. The third day was that of man's creation. So is the moon called the mother in Kabbalah when it is represented in association with the number 3. This day is favorable to generation and generally to all productions, whether of body or mind. The emperor or ruler. The 4th day is baleful. It was that of the birth of Cain, but it is favorable to unjust and tyrannical enterprises. 5. The pope or hierophant. The 5th day is fortunate. It was that of the birth of Abel. 6. The lover, or liberty. The 6th day is a day of pride. It was that of the birth of Lamech, who said unto his wives, I have slain a man to my wounding, and a young man to my hurt. If Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, truly Lamech 70 and sevenfold. This day is propitious for conspiracies and rebellions. 7. The chariot. On the 7th day, birth of Hebron, who gave his name to the first of the 7 sacred cities of Israel. A day of religion, prayers, and success. 8. Justice. Murder of Abel. Day of expiation. 9. The old man, or hermit. Birth of Methuselah. Day of blessing for children. 10. Ezekiel's wheel of fortune. Birth of Nebuchadnezzar. Reign of the beast. Fatal day. 11. Strength. Birth of Noah. Visions on this day are deceitful, but it is one of health and long life for children born on it. 12. The victim, or hanged man. Birth of Samuel. Prophetic and Kabbalistic day favorable to the fulfillment of the great work. 13. Death. Birthday of Canaan, the accursed son of Cam. Baleful day and fatal number. 14. The angel of temperance. Blessing of Noah on the 14th day of the moon. This day is governed by the angel Cassiel of the hierarchy of Uriel. 15. Typhon, or the devil. Birth of Ishmael, day of reprobation and exile. 16. The blasted tower. Birthday of Jacob and Esau. The day also of Jacob's predestination to Esau's ruin. 17. The glittering star. Fire from heaven burns Sodom and Gomorrah. Day of salvation for the good and ruin for the wicked. Dangerous on a Saturday. It is under the dominion of the scorpion. 18. The moon. Birth of Isaac. Wife's triumph. Day of conjugal affection and good hope. 19. The sun. Birth of Pharaoh. A beneficent or fatal day for the great of earth, according to the different merits of the great. 20. Judgment. Birth of Jonah. The instrument of God's judgment. Propitious for divine revelations. 21. The world. Birth of Saul. Material royalty. Danger to mind and reason. 22. Influence of Saturn. Birth of Job. Day of trial and suffering. 23. Influence of Venus. Birth of Benjamin. Day of preference and tenderness. 24. Influence of Jupiter. Birth of Japhet. 25. Influence of Mercury. 10th plague of Egypt. 26. Influence of Mars. Deliverance of the Israelites and passage of the Red Sea. 27. Influence of Diana or Hecate. Splendid victory achieved by Judas Maccabeus. 28. Influence of the sun. Samson carries off the gates of Gaza. Day of strength and deliverance. 29. The fool of the tarot. Day of failure and miscarriage in all things. We see from this rabbinical table, which John Below and others borrowed from the Hebrew Kabbalists, that these ancient masters concluded a posteriori from facts to presumable influences, which is completely within the logic of the occult sciences. We see also what diverse significations are included in the 22 keys which form the universal alphabet of the tarot, together with the truth of our affirmation that all secrets of the Kabbalah and Magick, all mysteries of the elder world, all signs of the patriarchs, all historical traditions of primeval times are enclosed in this hieroglyphic book of Thoth, Enoch, or Cadmus. An exceedingly simple method of finding celestial horoscopes by onomancy is that which we are about to describe. It harmonizes Gaffarel with our own views, and its results are most astounding in their exactitude and depth. Take a black card, cut therein the name of the person for whom you wish to make the consultation. Place this card at the end of a tube which must diminish towards the eye of the observer. Then look through it alternately towards the 4 cardinal points, beginning at the east and finishing at the north. Take note of all the stars which you see through the letters. Convert these letters into numbers, and with the sum of the addition written down in the same manner, renew the operation. Then compute the number of stars you have. Next, adding this number to that of the name, cast up again and write the sum of the 2 numbers in Hebrew characters. Renew the operation. Inscribe separately the stars which you have noticed. Find the names of all the stars in the planisphere. Classify them according to their size and brightness, choosing the most brilliant of all as the pole star of your astrological operation. Find lastly in the Egyptian planisphere the names and figures of the genii to which these stars belong. A good example of the planisphere will be found in the atlas to the great work of Dupuy. You will learn in this manner the fortunate and unfortunate signs which enter into the name of the person, and what is their influence, whether in childhood, which is the name traced at the east, in youth, which is the name traced at the south, in mature age, which is the name at the west, in decline, which is the name at the north, or finally, during the whole life, obtained from the stars which enter into the entire number formed by the addition of letters and stars. This astrological operation is simple, easy, and calls for few calculations. It connects with the highest antiquity and belongs evidently to primitive patriarchal magic, as will be seen by studying the works of Gaffarel and his master, Rabbi Homer. Onomantic astrology was practiced by the old Hebrew Kabbalists, as is proved from their observations preserved by Rabbi Homer, Rabbi Kappel, Rabbi Abjadan, and other masters in Kabbalah. The menaces of the prophets uttered against various nations were based upon the characters of the stars found vertically over them in the permanent correspondence of the celestial and terrestrial spheres. Thus, by writing in the sky of Greece the Hebrew name of that country, and translating in numbers, they obtained the word which signifies destroyed, desolated. Hence, they inferred that after a cycle of 12 periods, Greece would be destroyed and desolated. A short time before the sack of Jerusalem and its temple by Nebuchadnezzar, the Kabbalists remarked 11 stars disposed in the following manner vertically above the temple. All these entered into the word written from south to west, the term signifying reprobation and abandonment without mercy. The sum of the number of the letters is 423, exactly the period of the duration of the temple. Destruction threatened the empires of Persia and Assyria in the shape of 4 vertical stars which entered into the 3 letters, Roev, and the fatal period indicated was 208 years. So also 4 stars announced to the Kabbalistic rabbins of another epoch the fall and division of the empire of Alexander. They entered into the word parad, to divide, 284, the number of this word indicating the entire duration of the said empire, both as to root and branches. According to Rabbi Homer, the destinies of the Ottoman power at Constantinople would be fixed and foretold by 4 stars, entering into the word ka, signifying be feeble, weak, and drawn to its end. The stars being more brilliant in the letter indicated a capital, and gave it the numerical value of 1,000. The 3 letters combined make 1025, which must be computed from the taking of Constantinople by Muhammad II, a calculation which still promises several centuries of existence to the enfeebled empire of the sultans, sustained at present by all Europe combined. The main Thessal Phares, which Belshazzar, in his intoxication, saw written on the wall of his palace by the glare of torches, was an onomantic intuition similar to that of the rabbins. Initiated, no doubt, by his Hebrew diviners in the reading of the stars, Belshazzar went to work mechanically and instinctively upon the lamps of his nocturnal feast, as he would upon the stars of heaven. The 3 words which he had formed in his imagination soon became indelible to his eyes and paled all the lights of his banquet. It was easy to predict an end like that of Sardanapalus to a king who abandoned himself to orgies in a besieged town. In conclusion, we have said and we repeat that magnetic intuitions alone give value and reality to these Kabbalistic and astrological calculations, puerile possibly and completely arbitrary when made without inspiration, by frigid curiosity and in the absence of a powerful will. Filters and magnetism. Let us now adventure in Thessaly, the country of enchantments. Here was Apuleius beguiled like the companions of Ulysses and underwent a humiliating metamorphosis. Here all is magical, the birds that fly, the insects humming in the grass, even the trees and flowers. Here in the moonlight are brewed those potions which compel love. Here spells are devised by Striges to render them young and lovely like Carites. Oh, all ye youths, beware. The art of poisoning reason, otherwise the art of filters, seems indeed, if traditions may be trusted, to have developed its venomous efflorescence more abundantly in Thessaly than elsewhere. There also magnetism played its most important part, for stimulating more narcotic plants, bewitched and harmful animal substances, derived all their power from enchantments, that is to say, from sacrifices accomplished and words pronounced by sorcerers when preparing filters and beverages. Inflaming substances and those in which phosphorus predominates are naturally aphrodisiacal. Nothing which acts strongly on the nervous system may induce impassioned exaltation, and when a skillful and persevering will knows how to direct and influence these natural tendencies, it can use the desires of others to the profit of its own, and will soon reduce the most independent personalities into instruments of its pleasures. From such influence it behoves us to seek protection, and to give arms to the weak is our purpose in writing this chapter. Here in the first place are the devices of the enemy, the man who seeks to compel love. We attribute such unlawful maneuvers to men only, assuming that women can never have need of them, must in the first place make himself observed by the person whom he desires, and must contrive to impress her imagination. He must inspire her with admiration, astonishment, terror, and even with horror, failing all other resources. But at any cost he must set himself apart in her eyes from the rank of ordinary men, and, with or against her will, must make himself a place in her memory, her apprehensions, her dreams. The type of Lovelace is certainly not the admitted ideal of the type of Clarissa, but she thinks of him incessantly to condemn him, to execrate him, to compassionate his victims, to desire his conversion and repentance. Next, she seeks his regeneration by devotion and forgiveness. Later on, secret vanity whispers to her how grand it would be to fix the affections of a Lovelace, to love him and yet to withstand him. Behold then, Clarissa surprised into loving Lovelace. She chides herself, blushes, renounces 1,000 times, and loves him 1,000 more. Then, at the supreme moment, she forgets to resist him. Had angels been women, as represented by modern mysticism, Jehovah indeed would have acted as a wise and prudent father by placing Satan at the gate of heaven. It is a serious imposition on the self-love of some amiable women to find that man fundamentally good and honorable who enamored them when they thought him a scapegrace. The angel leaves them disdainfully, saying, "You are not the devil. Play the devil as well as you can if you wish to allure an angel. No license is possible to a virtuous man. For what does he take us, say the women? Does he think us less strict than he is? But everything is forgiven in a rascal. What else could you expect? The part of a man with high principles and no rigid character can never be a power save with women whom no one wishes to fascinate. The rest, without exception, adore reprobates. It is quite the opposite with men, and this contrast has made modesty woman's dower, the first and most natural of her coquetries. One of the distinguished physicians and most amiable men of learning in London, Dr. Ashburner, told me last year that a certain client, after leaving the house of a distinguished lady, observed to him, "I have just had a strange compliment from the Marchioness of," looking me straight in the face, she said, "Sir, you will not make me flinch before your terrible glance. You have the eyes of Satan." "Well," answered the doctor, smiling, "you, of course, put your arms round her neck and embraced her." "Not at all. I was overwhelmed by her sudden onslaught." "Beware how you call on her again, then, my friend. You will have fallen deeply in her estimation. The office of executioner is commonly said to go down from father to son. Do executioners really have children? Undoubtedly, as they never fail to get wives. Marat had a mistress who loved him tenderly, he, the loathsome leper, but still it was that terrible Marat who caused the world to tremble. Love, above all in a woman, may be termed a veritable hallucination. For want of a prudent motive, it will frequently select an absurd one. Deceive Jaconde for a clown. How awful. Ah, but supposing it is awful, why not perpetrate it? It must be pleasant to be occasionally guilty of a small abomination. Given this transcendental knowledge of woman, another device can be adopted to attract her notice, not to concern oneself with her, or to do so in a way which is humiliating to her self-love, treating her as a child and deriding all notion of paying court to her. The parts are in reverse. She will move heaven and earth to tempt you. She will initiate you into secrets which women keep back. She will vest and unvest before you, making such observations as, between women, among old friends, I have no fear about you. You are not a man for me, etc. And then she will watch your expression. If she find it calm and indifferent, she will be indignant. She will approach you under some pretext, brush you with her tresses, permit her bodice to slip open. Women in such cases occasionally will risk a violence, not out of desire, but from curiosity, from impatience and irritation. A magician of any spirit will need no other filters than these. You'll also use flattering words, magnetic breathings, slight but voluptuous contacts, by a kind of hypocrisy and as if unconscious. Those who resort to potions are old, idiotic, ugly, impotent. Where indeed is the use of the filter? Anyone who is truly a man has always at his disposal the means of making himself loved, providing that he does not seek to usurp a place which is occupied. It would be a sovereign blunder to attempt the conquest of a young and affectionate bride during the first felicities of the honeymoon, or of a fortified Clarissa made miserable already by a Lovelace, or bitterly lamenting her love. We shall not discuss here the impurities of black magic on the subject of filters. We have done with the concoctions of Canidia. The epodes of Horace tell us after what manner this abominable Roman sorceress compounded her poisons, while for the sacrifices and enchantments of love, we may refer to the eclogues of Virgil and Theocritus, where the ceremonials for this species of magical work are described minutely. Nor shall we need to reproduce the recipes of the grimoires or of the Little Albert, which anyone can consult for themselves. All these various practices connect with magnetism or poisonous magic, and are either foolish or criminal. Potions which enfeeble mind and disturb reason establish the empire already acquired by an evil will, and it was thus that the Empress Caesonia is said to have fixed the savage love of Caligula. Prussic acid is the most terrible agent in these envenomings of thought. Hence we should beware of all extractions with an almond flavor, and never tolerate in bedchambers the presence of bay cherry, Daphorus formonium, almond soaps or washes, and generally all perfumes in which this odor predominates, above all when its action on the brain is seconded by that of amber. To weaken the activity of intelligence is to strengthen proportionally the forces of unreasoning passion. Love of that kind which the malefactors we are concerned with would inspire is a veritable stupefaction and the most shameful of moral bondages. The more we enervate a slave, the more incapable we make him of freedom, and here lies the true secret of the sorceress in Apuleius and the potions of Circe. The use of tobacco, by smoking or otherwise, is a dangerous auxiliary of stupefying filters and brain poisons. Nicotine, as we know, is not less deadly than prussic acid, and is present in tobacco in larger quantities than is this acid in almonds. The absorption of one will by another frequently changes a whole series of destinies, and not for ourselves only should we watch our relations, learning to distinguish pure from impure atmospheres, for the true filters and those most dangerous are invisible. Such are the currents of vital radiating light, which, mingling and interchanging, produce attractions and sympathies, as magnetic experiments leave no room to doubt. The history of the church tells us that an arch-heretic named Marcos infatuated all women by breathing on them, but his power was destroyed when a valiant Christian female forestalled him in breathing and said to him, "May God judge thee." The Cure Gaufridi, who was burnt as a sorcerer, pretended to enamor all women who came in contact with his breath. The notorious Father Gerard, a Jesuit, was accused by his penitent, Mlle Collier, of destroying her self-control by breathing on her. Such a pretext was necessary to minimize the horrible and ridiculous nature of accusations against this priest, whose guilt, moreover, has never been well established, though consciously or unconsciously, it certainly inspired an exceedingly shameful passion in the miserable girl. Morin Fang, having become a widow in 16, says Dom Calmet in his treatise on apparitions, was sought in marriage by a physician named Poirot. Failing to obtain a hearing, he thereupon gave her potions to induce love, and these caused extraordinary derangements in the health of the lady, increasing to such a degree that she was believed to be possessed, so that other physicians, baffled by her case, recommended her for the exorcisms of the church.
Okay, I'm going to end this recording. Michelle GS350J. I hope you enjoyed it. This has been Magic Ceremony Kabbalah Jews. God bless. Hope you guys have a great day.
If they are wrong or not, the question is like a simple as authority that will justifiably persecute Christians for heresy.
Anybody for heresy. Anybody who's rich. Anybody who's trying to take advantage of the population. Anybody who's trying to eat the children. Yeah, who's going to have to burn these bastards. There's nothing wrong with that. This is part of life.
So wait, what you're saying? Hold on, Elon. Hold on. You're saying like it's like going into the field where there's a bunch of weeds and you just burn everything down, you kill it all, and then new life grows back. That's what you're saying, Midas? Kill it all?
Yeah, the weeds. We keep the good ones.
You know, it's very funny. Like every time I hear someone like you speaking. The next question will be like, so what would be the golden standard of what's how would I say a real believer is, it always like he thinks himself is like the role model of the right believer. That's the problem. What if someone else will go into control that will think Humides is a heretic? You will be on the stake. You see the problem here?
That's what happened with Calvinism and Lutheranism. And if you understand what happened with Luther, he wrote a whole book on feces. So this was obviously witch.
He wrote a book on feces? You said feces?
Yeah.
Feces as in poo poo?
Yup, as in poo poo, my brother.
Who did that? Luther?
Luther.
That's Satan.
Yeah, so
Are you making an anti-Semitic reference?
Luther was a Jew? I didn't know that.
No, what I'm saying is, are you projecting your own internal feelings onto us right now by saying, poo poo?
No, he actually wrote a book on feces.
Oh, I see. Okay, I'll have to Google that one. Thank you very little. We'll check it out.
Anytime, Zen. Anytime. Yeah, but these are witches, right? These are people that take advantage of society with bad ideas, bad intentions.
What are the first 3 letters of the word witch?
Wit.
Right, and what does wit mean?
Meaning they're kind of smart, right?
Yeah, it means an intelligence, you might say.
But wouldn't it be a dumb intelligence if you're doing things that'll piss off everybody around you?
I know you have to talk to a witch. You seem to know so much about these people that you want to kill.
Well, you said wit, so you brought out wit. Then we start going to these smarter people. Because obviously, in your mind, witches are smart. So I want to know if it's smart to do stupid things.
Well, is it stupid to do smart things?
Depends on how smart the thing you're doing, or what you're doing it for. What's the purpose of it? And that kind of goes back to what Thelema was saying. You can refuse the Trinity. Why do you refuse it? When we find other people using it to refuse the Trinity.
What is the Trinity? What's the first 3 letters of the word Trinity?
What's how many letters in God?
3 letters. But what are the first 3 letters of the word Trinity? I'm interested.
The 3 letters in the word God make one word.
Well, first, before I answer that question, answer my question, since I already answered your question. What are the first 3 letters of the word Trinity? Try. Okay, so we got wit and we got try. Try your wits. Okay.
That's bad, bro. You could have done better than that, Sam, man. I know you had better one than that.
So, Midas, what do you think if someone don't believe in the Trinity? What do you think should happen to you?
Well, most people at the bottom are just sheep. But people at the top who actually do these sort of things, like John Calvin or Luther, they should be hung. They be castrated as well, chopped in little bits.
What?
They're fucking out of control.
Yeah. They killed thousands of people.
Right.
You somehow got out of the medieval times.
Yeah, what's that?
Or medieval.
The biggest break we're having with Islam is their behavior for regular people. And non-Muslims and shit. That shit's fucking crazy. And you're basically just advocating for something on the level of that.
Well, what's the alternative thing? Because when we see like Chabad and Lubavitch, they're attacking baby dolls and hanging them and busting guns in the head. So what's
what?
Yeah,
Just a second. Videos. They're attacking what?
They had a baby doll on a noose, right? Busting guns in the head. One guy's running around stabbing the baby doll on the noose. I mean, like, everybody's chanting and cheering.
The baby doll?
I've always seen that from the mom.
That's not Chabad. That's not Turi Karta, Midas. They're not Jewish. They're apostates.
Now, it was Chabad.
They look like Chabad, but they are not part of Lubavitch. They are their own breakaway apostate group called, I just said their name. I don't want to speak the name of the devil.
That's the same place in Brooklyn, right? Because it was the same exact.
Okay, fine. I'll say it. Their name is Naturi Karta.
Can you send the link?
Midas. Again, I'm trying to understand. I just say.
I knew it.
Also, by the way, the guns were not real guns, Midas. They tricked you. The Naturi Karta were using plastic guns that they bought at Toys R Us.
But doesn't the symbolism seem a little sick?
But they're not Jewish. They're not Jewish. The Naturi Karta, they are apostate Jews who want to form their own breakaway Zionist country.
But how many of these Jews are apostate Jews? Whenever I start bringing up a group or sect that nobody agrees with, they're apostate.
I'm just saying that according to the definition of apostate, they are apostate. But if you don't consider them apostate, then you don't consider them apostate.
I consider all that don't deal with Christ apostate because they're going against most of them.
Got it.
So basically, you are, according to my definition, a Muslim believer in Christ.
No, I'm a Christian.
You just wait. Basically, no. Again, your Jesus acts like Muhammad. As little like I don't know, he's going around, hanging around people, taking over the world. That's what he does. So your Jesus somehow is very militant. This is exactly what I spoke against. So you understand, Midas? That's the problem.
But isn't that what Israel is doing today in Gaza Strip?
Oh man, if you had like a little bit more IQ, that conversation might have a basis. Kind of like what is even the comparison basis of those two? Like, I don't really understand what you just said.
Yo, prime ministers in Israel have been calling for the heads of Gazan children since 1943. As soon as they got there. So isn't that the same exact thing that y'all kind of saying? According to these books.
No, Midas, that's what you're saying. You're describing what you're thinking and what the Jews are doing, and the Jews aren't doing what you want to do. You're 10 times worse than the Jews. You're a Christian, psychopathic, murderous cocksucker. And if things were left up to you, you'd kill a lot of people. You're a dangerous type of person. You should be shunned, and you should be watched and recorded and observed. And if you ever step out of line, before you step out of line, somebody should be there to shoot you or put you in handcuffs.
So what about all the people that just passed out the COVID vaccines that led to so high mortality rate, at double the rate? So
You're a fucking moron. You're talking about all random shit. I feel like I'm talking to like Islamists in one of these clubhouse rooms.
Taco, you haven't been to the sane asylum yet? This is called the sanitarium. Clown houses where mentally ill people come to run their mouths and exercise the homicidal ideation out of their psyches, Taco. This is therapy for Midas, and you are helping him facilitate his therapy session, Taco. You are very graceful and very good for doing this for
No, I
Midas.
don't need therapy. I'm doing it very much by the book. Now, if you have people who are genocidal or are killing off masses of people with certain ways, certain means, certain methods, mostly psychological, and you're encouraging them to use medicine or some kind of treatment which causes bad effects and causing the deaths of loads of my people.
Many people don't know this, but actually one of the major life insurance and health insurance corporations has already bought out Clown House. They'll be using this for therapeutic talk therapy sessions. I've recently been hired by the investment bank that purchased a minority stake in Clown House to help perform therapeutic functioning for its members. Continue on, Midas.
You're a hot mess, man. I mean, I love Zay, but it's basic facts. If you have people who are planning and organizing to kill Muslim people, who are organizing your abortions, who are organizing your crime, who are taking most of your taxes and giving them to other countries, it's a problem. It's a problem. You're causing the deaths of our children. Therefore, somebody would have to.
You're talking about black African-American Democrats and white elite liberals. No, you're talking about elite liberals.
I'm talking about APEC and $300 million.
Again, you're talking about elite liberals. You're talking about people who are Democrat liberal socialists. You're not talking about Jews. You're talking about Democrat liberals, blacks and whites who are liberal far on the left. They're the ones organizing. They're the ones in control.
They're not organized.
Wait, no. I will tell you, minus. I will tell you what you're talking about. You talk about billions of dollars that are going to Israel that 100% of them is for buying American weapons, right? And to hold the American weapon industry and to test weapons for that the American army could be ready and defend your ass.
No, but it's more like money laundering. When we look at it,
No. The reason literally just saying no does not make any sense, man.
can I respond to it? Can I respond to it?
But again, it doesn't really matter when you respond because you
Well, if you're not ready for the response, you're not able
and choosing shit. Like you're just a regular person on the
to
street.
get down to military.
Your opinion does not really matter anymore.
Bro, he's got fucking Malcolm X as his photo.
But what's the problem?
What the fuck?
A man who doesn't believe in anything will believe in anything. I quote Malcolm X.
What's the problem with my photo?
Yes. Yes. Midas, you are the perfect manifestation of a man who does not believe in anything and does believe in anything.
You guys don't respect black Muslims. That's the problem.
You're freaking out because I started focusing on APAC.
Right.
And APAC is a big problem. APAC is also organizing the whole thing, which is bringing the Muslim problem in the first place.
Yeah, no, Midas, you have to understand Israel is a creation of America. It helps America.
Oh, here we go again. Shut the fuck up. Go back to Somali. Go to the gym. Get out of Minnesota and shut the fuck up. You don't know shit, Samia, whatever the fuck your name is. Shut the fuck up.
Wait. Samia, are you a terrorist? Oh my god.
No, I'm not. But I can stand it.
Where are you from?
I'm from Somalia.
Just a second. Where are you from?
Somalia, I was born there.
Somalia. Are you a Muslim? Just a second. Are you
Yes,
Muslim?
I am. Yes, I am.
So you're a terrorist.
You guys don't respect me. Can I ask you a question? Excuse me, can I just ask you a simple question?
No, Samia. No questions. Shut the fuck up, Samia. Shut the fuck up.
Why do Westerners decide to label the Muslims that live in the Middle East that wear hijab, hold on, terrorists, but yet they want to tell us we're freedom fighters? We're in America.
Because Muhammad has declared war over all the entire earth, and he was a pedophile.
That's fine. Exactly.
Oh.
Look, Eli.
And Muslims actually still believe in it, you moron.
And you
What do you think about the fact that Hamas was created by Israel in the first place?
Midas, hold on. I'll tell you how it happens. Can I finish? Let me tell you how this happens, right? They convince countries that overthrow your government and go get democracy. When you do that, you get slapped with this terrorist package. Hold on. You end up getting stuck with the package of a terrorist group. They make fake names for
A
it.
package? Nobody's buying anything from Amazon and having it delivered to their house, Samia. It's not a fucking package, you tit-twit. Shut the fuck up. Don't give this fucking schmuck 10 more seconds. Mute the fuck up and listen, you Somali pirate. Just shut the fuck up. Your mouth and your opinions are not that interesting. You should listen more than you speak. Can you tell her to shut the fuck up or make a fucking point?
I don't even know what she's trying to say, you guys. I know, because you don't let me speak.
Let her
What I'm trying to say is,
she deserves to speak.
thank you.
Hello. You are not going to be the moderator of the room. Shut up. You have to say that with the moderator.
Right.
I'm not trying to protect Muslims.
Shut up, Elon. You Muslim Elon.
Muslims, I'm saying let her speak.
There is no reason for Islamophobia
My
in this
fellow
class.
Middle Eastern.
Elon, shut up.
Middle East. Who tell me I'm saying?
He's a German Ukrainian slutbag.
Who is Alex?
A lot of
Alex.
not as it. Do I support him?
I'm a true Ashkenazi nigga. Why y'all deflecting?
No, Elon's that's low class. We don't have. That's not how we look at it.
You can't process it.
No, you're not. Leave me alone.
A cyanide? You're
Alex, you're Ethiopian, and your girlfriend's beautiful. You You
He's saying he
look
descends
so
from the second-born son of Israel.
They can't be determined.
Wait. So everyone, look, there is a celebration ongoing at Nakba. We're celebrating the 76th Nakba date in 15th May. Everyone is.
Raboinoi Shaloiloi Mazel Tov. Shalom Aleichem. Shalom Aleichem.
Oh no, I'm just done. I just know this Ilan guy is a Hamas ISIS supporter.
Allegedly expelled.
No, that's when they knocked on everybody's door and they said, "Could you please leave? You're not wanted here anymore." They kept knocking and they were like, "Why are these Jews knocking on our doors and telling us to go?"
And then the chief was like, I'm sorry.
Nakba, 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 Nakbila, Allah, Nagila, Allah, Nagila, Nakba.
You weren't rude, Samia. I left right after you left too.
Can I speak, please, Lex?
But I just have a question, Midas. You say Jews are liars, but like, do you not like think Palestinians are liars? Like, do you think they're more trustworthy than Jews? I'm just confused.
They're all liars.
So you think they're all liars? But if you haven't choose,
Do you think Midas is not a liar? Midas is a great liar in this.
I think Midas is a fool.
He's also a fool. Yeah, he's a liar and a fool.
That's fine.
Wait, hold on a second. I do have to ask Midas one question. Midas, do you think that you're an American patriot?
I don't know. It feels like you talked about.
Midas, we know your facts are important, but do you think you're an American patriot, Midas? Midas, we know we're slow, and we know, but do you think you're a patriot? Do you love America, Midas?
Yes, he does.
He does not.
Do you love America? Hold on, I'm going to Chick-fil-A to stuff my face. Hello?
We're black. We don't have anywhere else to go. This is our home.
Oh, shit.
I recently converted to becoming a black woman, and I hope you fully support my transition.
I became a Jew.
Yes, he's out there in Africa, Jack.
Trans Jew.
I don't know. Nora, why don't you ask your ancestors and the people who live in
Hello?
right? Because it's more Jews
Hello?
in Africa that are black than in America. So those are your
She's an indigenous pygmy. Don't fuck with her. She's an indigenous pygmy.
Damn, you gotta control yourself.
Why are you telling me to control myself? Why aren't you telling Jazzy to control herself?
Then, because I'm speaking on the thing you're trying.
I'm trying to speak on the topic too. Let me get to my point.
So 1 second, Norm, why would you ask me how many countries are there in Africa? That's none of my business. I'm American. And there's no way that you want Israel and America to be yours, right? I'm just asking for America.
Let the pygmy speak. Don't mute her up. Let the pygmy speak.
This land is my land. All the way from Canada to the Virgin Islands.
From sea to sea.
She is queen of the Americas. All hail Queen, absolute Queen Jazzy.
Never mentioned in that song. So don't ask me about Africa.
Very nice.
No, I'm not from Africa just because you think I am. Black is the skin color. Has nothing to do.
Degenerates from the root.
Oh, Lord.
It's just from Africa.
My lineage is not from Africa, Norm.
You are on the top.
Look at your hair, Norm.
Degenerates you.
Norm, look at your hair. All right, right now, base is the only.
My lineage is also not from Africa, even though they say the first man came out of Africa.
I think say what you want to say. Thanks, Shane. I'll be quick.
Nigeria or someone from West Africa. You are the descendants of African.
Norm. I'm not done, Norm.
I know you're not.
I'm not finished. Maybe. Instead of pinning your
asked you.
You just sent me to a whole continent, idiot.
I
So I'm gonna need you to learn your geography and tell me what country I'm from. There's no way I'm from. What is this topic, you guys?
If you don't know, you don't know.
If you see an apple tree and then you see an apple on the ground, you better understand
But
that
what
the
happened is
apple.
all the Jews got scared when I started exposing the 8-pack controls of state.
The compilation of the
Minus, you just hate white people. And therefore you
You hate white people, you hate Jews, you hate gay people.
Why are you guys all making your own topics? You wanted to tease him?
This Alex.
Lauren has nappy
This
hair.
Alex. Hold on, face.
Dang, can I moderate?
they hate the Astral
Alex wants to speak.
because they're white. They just hate white people. That's
Be a man and just speak
I don't
out.
hate white people.
Why you
I
asking
said
for
in
this?
my country, so I'm sorry. I'm from Africa. Yeah, I love white people. Are you dumb? I live in the suburbs.
Hold on, Sammy, real quick.
Oh, I was about
Are
to
you
say.
asking a woman for permission to speak her voice?
Hey, Normal. Question for you, man.
Are you ashamed of that?
Wait, Normal.
Why are you ashamed of Africa? It's a beautiful place.
Alex, put some bass in your voice and speak up.
Dude, I'm sick as fuck. Hold on, dude. Hey, Normal.
Get better.
Can you prove that we came from Africa?
Like, do you deny it? You kidding?
Yeah, of course. I'm saying.
Of course you deny it.
Yes, I deny it, homie.
Yeah, do you
I can't even find a slave ship.
Let him talk. Just a second. Where do you think you got this from? Just a second. Where do you think you got this?
Is it
From America.
From
here.
Is it controversial to say that white people are the most advanced and evolutionized black people from the planet?
So when Columbus went so So when the white men came to America 500 years ago, they met black people.
Yes, of course.
Of course they did. Of course they did. They met. I think they're called pygmies. They're called indigenous. They were already here. They were already here. There's ample evidence to support this hypothesis.
Wait a second, dude.
They spoke English.
No, man.
They spoke Yiddish.
Do you read some alternative history books?
I mean, all black people came from Africa.
Exactly. You guys all came from Ethiopia. That's where everyone.
1 second.
Everybody on the planet is black, don't you
I
know?
agree.
Elon, tell me my history, bro.
I'm not from planet Earth. The universe made me. You guys can keep your Earth. I was created by the universe like a tree. The universe created the Earth, and the Earth created me.
We was indigenous.
Go ahead, Elon.
I'm just saying that the universe created the Earth, and the Earth created me.
I don't want to prove you, man. Like, chill.
But I have an opinion too.
You said. I'll explain that his forefathers were indigenous in America like 500 years ago. Now, it doesn't really matter, right? But I just think Alex, he just made it up. There was no presence of your black people in America 500 years ago. It's recorded in history. So if you have some other knowledge, if you want to share, please share it.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Hold on, let me
answer. Hold on, let me answer.
Can we move on, though? I don't want to talk about this.
Maze, hold on. They don't
Of course you don't want to talk about this. Of course you don't want to talk about this after you spread your bullshit. After you spread your bullshit, you don't want to be exposed.
See what I know?
No, let me talk, Maze.
Go ahead. I'm just telling you, you got to know your
Let
audience,
me
bro.
deal with this for a second. Hold on.
I will.
What you're saying is European history started with Christopher. And anything before that, you have
In your history, you mean America?
Hold on.
Alex, you strongly,
Yo, this is the black.
I didn't say my history. I asked you what history do you read? Please explain to me what kind of history do you read?
Let's just be honest, Alex. No matter what we tell them. Yeah, Alex, I get it, but you don't understand who you're dealing with. I'm trying to help you.
Let me help you. Hold on 1 second. So Elon, listen. You need to be able to prove from somewhere else. Alright? You need to like provide some records. Hold on.
They deny that they are descendants of slaves. They are liberating themselves through a clown house app.
Hold on.
Yeah, there is lots of evidence.
No, of my family, coming from somewhere else. You better show those papers.
I got evidence to suggest that I came out of the bosom of the universe of the mother, the eternal mother, birthed the earth, and the earth birthed me.
Are you going to be able to do that with me or with any of us, with any American? Are you going to be able to show, like some of us have been in America for like 200 plus years. So are you going to be able to show us that, hey, you're not indigenous?
No.
Show me all your papers.
You guys know, oh my gosh. Some of you guys can say, like, hey, I came from Germany, I came from Italy, I came from Iran. You know where you came from. For us, all we know is that we came from here. So
No,
if
take
you're
the
telling me that I'm from somewhere else,
Take the 23andMe.
hold on, please. If you're
Hold on.
saying else, then provide the evidence.
Job, like literally
Provide the evidence.
Hold on.
Us European Americans, we only say we're European Americans because we accept the standard narrative of history. Okay, that Europeans migrated here.
You have papers,
Hold on. If I want to go to some off-the-wall theory, you have the dog bodies of Florida that apparently were white people from Europe that came over like 5,000 years ago. All right, and then you have the Vikings that came over way before Columbus. So I mean, if I wanted to apply the same standard.
Hold on. He's got a question. Hold on. He's got a question.
Indigenous.
Where does your name come from? Where does your last name come from?
Look, I think the Confederates were
Were you
right.
enslaved?
You are the generation, the lowest you did not usually on the streets.
Hold on. He's got a question.
You have a Native American named Pocahontas.
Were you enslaved?
Who marries a guy named John Smith, and now she's Pocahontas Smith. Is she not a Native American anymore? What difference does her
Where does
last name?
Smith come from?
Hold on. He's got a question. Hold on.
Where does Smith come from?
Americans in the 1970s. Please stop.
You have your last name that comes from Europe. My people were enslaved. Where's
Like that?
your name at?
Everybody's people were
We don't know because we were enslaved. That's why. But you still came from Africa. Your black ass still came from Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. I'm sorry, hate to break it to you. You're not Native American. You're not American Indian. You black. You black.
You ask your papers. You're not even sure where you from.
Show your papers. Look at the fucking mirror.
Hold on. The Book of the Mormons tells us that the Native Americans are the real Jews. Hold on. He might be right. Just listen to him. Hold on.
You're black.
You're not even the real race.
I'm not even sure though.
My arrow. Captured and enslaved. That's why he went the other way. You know that, right?
Yeah, fine, but where my family documents are?
Hold on. There's only this thing called the eternal now. Hold on. If he wants to liberate himself through a clown house app, hold on. Let him liberate himself now. Hold on.
The Middle East is a barbaric area that is savage, and they're the ones that created slavery and stuff. That's why Christopher Columbus was sailing the other way.
What, sorry?
Right, so here's the thing. All the other Native tribes that fought back were recognized, got land, or they were recognized and had their land recognized, and they're on, they're on these reservations for a reason. So if your people didn't fight back, and if they weren't like from the beginning, hey, this is our land, we're Native Americans.
What? They weren't enslaved.
Right? I'm going with the theory that black people are Native, but they're the only natives apparently that didn't demand Native status.
In the 1850s, No Nothing Party was the third biggest political.
That's on your people. They didn't demand their own reservation
No, they didn't fight anything.
like every other Native American demanded a reservation. If your people
Yeah, you're
didn't
talking
do that, then that's their bad. Okay, so they
Hold on. Can't you just let black people Comic-Con and LARP on Clown House without being so disagreeable? Can't you just let them play a game and have fun?
You guys were given guys were given Liberia. You guys were given Liberia, just like
Alex, keep doing that work and show these niggas.
Hold on.
Liberia is bigger than Israel, and you guys were given a land just like Jewish.
Liberia was
You guys
amazing.
didn't fix it.
Look, I have a record. That's a video of your father when you came. That's a video of your father before you came to America.
Hold on. There's a lot of people in Liberia that want to come back to America that were Americans in bondage. There's a movement in Liberia to come back to America. Hold on. Franklin Pierce set up like me. Please put me in the queue. Then Zen.
Jewish people took the barren land of Israel and made it flourish. African Americans should have went to Liberia. If they did, they would have had Oprah, Beyonce, all those amazing people in Liberia. You didn't go. You guys didn't.
But they did go. They sent 13,000.
I mean,
They sent 13.
Hold on. There was a queue.
They sent 13,000 people to Liberia.
Hold on. Liberia was an amazing country, Samia. It was the best country in Africa. Up until the local Africans, the native Africans, committed a coup and crazy civil war and genocided all of the American Liberians. But up until that point, we were an independent nation. We were never colonized. It was an amazing country. Our GDP was amazing. All African leaders would come and dine and party.
It's about the economy, stupid.
But you said you didn't go. The people who worked from Africa didn't want to go back. We were just black. We weren't from Africa, though.
exactly.
But listen, the GDP.
You don't send all black people to one country and say this is where you should live. That doesn't make sense.
What? But that's what they did to everyone else.
No, they didn't. There's blacks all over the world, ma'am. Are you slow?
Norma, isn't Liberia?
Black people are not stuck in Africa. They're all over the world.
You're right.
It's called the Black Diaspora, the African Diaspora.
While you get to live in Canada. Why would you want us all in Africa?
Hold on.
Are you slow?
Hold on. Are you slow? Hold on, are you slow?
All right, talk up.
Listen,
Why would you want us all in Africa? Why?
hold on. Listen, there's definitely not black people all over the world naturally. I'm hearing this. She's gone. I don't know. This shit is crazy. I just want to say one thing. I don't know if people are familiar. Why do you want to sacrifice this redhead for? Listen, people have this. Some black people, black Americans specifically, have this idea that black people are the native people to every continent all over the world. And I don't even know. Alex is out there saying, "Where are my papers? Where are my files? What would you have? What the fuck type of argument?"
Hold on, you don't even know the names of the Black Diaspora Vikings that ran across the world. They were great black kings that left Africa and colonized the world throughout history. Hold on.
Don't get me wrong. The trolling is funny, but the wackos are gone. So calm down.
Oh, I thought you said a fatty from Africa.
They actually believe this fucking crazy shit. And they're propagating this fucking narrative. I've had a fucking Lyft driver get mad at me while he's trying to say that black people were native to Earth from Pangea. They're fucking, it's something you hear if you've ever been arrested and stuck in a county jail. You start hearing these conversations.
Hold on, you're just not accepting the fact that Pangea is the truth of the Earth. That's the flat Earth they're talking about.
Can I say something real quick?
Isn't that a change of some bread, Pangea? Pangea, they're like a bread. Aren't they sandwich chain?
Hold on.
When people suffer, just like Jews when they make the pyramids and stuff, when people suffer, they make up make-believe stuff.
Hold on, Pangea is not a theory. Pangea is a fact, and the citizens of Pangea were called Atlanteans.
Pangea was a feminine wash.
You understand what I'm saying, Addison, right?
Yeah, because it's a coping mechanism.
Hold on, it's not coping, it's the truth of the Earth. It's a fact. Hold on, come on.
I want to talk to you. I do want to be fair. The theory doesn't come out of is some evidence that the Mandate tribe came over just before Columbus. Now, obviously, if that's true, that still doesn't make them Native American. But that is a theory that the original people of Brazil or whatever people that were there before Columbus, that they actually spoke Mandate Arabic and that their oldest documents are in Mandate Arabic and that they came basically right before Columbus.
Come on, the land bridge that connected Arkansas and Russia. Hang on, come on. The land bridge, those are the Aboriginal Jews. They got very tanned. Look at the face of Navajo Indians and your average Ashkenazi. They're very tanned.
You're going to have to go after Elon.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So even if you say that there was a small people, like a group of people that came before Columbus, right? They made 0.01% at most of the actual black people of America today. So what does it even have to do with all the people that say, "Oh, my ancestors were before you"? They didn't. You don't have the proof for that. Most likely they didn't.
Yeah, people make up cuckoo stuff, just like Jamaicans.
Yeah, like
when
you
they
said, like you said, the Jews built the pyramids. No, they were not. They were a tribe that was going all
Johnny
Johnny Baloney. Johnny Baloney.
Johnny, we're speaking about recent history, and then you're going into ancient myth and biblical knowledge. That's a completely different thing. We have records of the recent history. Don't try to compare it. Don't try to compare it and say, "Oh, again." Don't try to compare it.
There is no record.
Johnny,
Hold on, come on, Elon, please.
Recent history. We know.
Please, Elon, come on, Elon. Listen, Elon, please, you have to let me say this. Elon, Yale University, hold on, Yale University, they have inside of their secret skull and bones the skull of Geronimo. Now, if you look at the skull of Geronimo and you understand the message of Abraham, you will know that Geronimo is a descendant of Abraham. It's a fact. And if you look, I'm not finished. Hold on. If you look at the skull of Abraham, if you look at the skull of Geronimo, hold on. You're looking at this ancient skull of Geronimo. He was an Ashkenazi Jew. He fled east. He went across the land bridge. He settled in Arkansas, and he is the descendant of Abraham.
Yeah, because the Jews stole it from other cultures. You dumb.
He went to Miami. Geronimo was known to vacation in Miami like a lot of Jews. It's a fact. Norman can back me up on this. And Yale University worships the skull of Geronimo as the descendant of Abraham. Prove me wrong.
He's right.
We stole it from other cultures. The red heifer is a pagan practice, and so is putting ashes and leaves. And all the things described in Leviticus are taken from pagan cultures that were from the surrounding Canaanite nation. Yada, yada, yada. It's not that difficult.
Okay, but what was the culture they got it from?
I just explained to you from all these superstitious practices that were happening.
You still haven't disproven the fact that Skull and Bones has the skull of Geronimo, and he is the descendant of Abraham. He's Jewish. The Indians are Jewish. They used to go, hey, yeah. And that's the same thing as going, Rabboni Shalayim.
I'm asking you.
He's right.
I'm asking you.
He's right. Samia. Oh.
Came from India. I thought they came.
Johnny?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, paradoma.
Okay, great. The red heifer.
Yeah, the red heifer. No, we don't know if those tribes are in existence. They might not even be in existence.
Are you saying you don't know?
We know we have vast amounts of evidence that there were surrounding Canaanite cultures. One second.
Who do you speak for?
The scholars. We have massive amounts of evidence.
Joni Baloney, you got a free ham sandwich. I want to give the award for the biggest schmuck of the day, Joni Baloney. Mazel tov. You're getting the award for the biggest schmuck of the day.
They all and all those people, they said that we massively glorify the stories in the biblical narrative. That's also a thing that those other cultures used to say, like the Sabians and all those other people that said that we massively glorify all these stories and made these stories up, right? Because making pseudo-biographa was always a thing in the Neo-Babylonian.
Joni Baloney went to Shemayim Ribono Shaloyloin.
How, just a second, how a discussion about recent history become a discussion about ancient history and ancient myth?
Because in the now, you can only explain the past.
Is allowed the truth.
You're a baloney.
Ilan, what if they're aliens? What if they're AI?
We're not AI, Somalia. You came out of Minnesota and ended up working on your disability and coming on Clown House all day. Go back to work and start teaching.
The title is Moses equals Jesus.
We don't care about the title. We don't care about the title, right? Because the root was already in another topic, right? And you came.
So you moved
and
on
you
to the topic.
pushed
The second in line.
We have naturally picked from the topic, yeah.
Okay, great. Listen, Johnny, I don't know whether you're ever saying something true or not. I'm just asking you if you have a claim that the Jews copied the red heifer system from some existing paganistic culture. Could you please tell me the name of that culture so that I could better research the origins of the practice?
Not specifically no. And I can tell you that there's enormous amounts of evidence from all the surrounding Canaanite cultures that all had pagan beliefs, all had superstitious practices. Just like the book of Leviticus.
Yeah, so what you have, so only what you have
We're declaring this back.
is
You're refusing to share with you.
Exactly. He's not being specific enough.
No, I just want a name. Hittites?
No, he just said something like that. Look,
Edomi?
some other people believe in God, so
They're called the Mennonites. They're called the Mennonites. I figured it out. They're the Mennonites.
Yeah, they have pagan superstitious practices.
Listen, the secret word is bullseye. It's the eye of the bull. Listen, it's a system of the bullseye. It's not just about the red heifer system. It's about the bullseye. When you play darts and you hit center mass, that's called the eye of the bull. Rabboni Shalolim. That's the point of the dart. Duh.
Just like the Indians had superstitious things with the holy cow.
That's exactly why the Hindus fuck the cow's pussy. They bathe the child in the piss of the cow, and in the moonlight they go moo. More satisfied customers. I didn't want to have to do this, but that conversation was too juicy because it was such a great cornucopia.
Put me in a yeshiva, for example, but we always kept the holidays. We went to synagogue every day, and especially between both of those definitions. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, I think in Israel it's called the Takim and the Masot.
Exact. Masoti. So
My dad. And yes, I think I should do it, and I hope that I
No,
will.
I'm sorry. I think I'm talking about more of a
Subjective, subjective. Just be good. I mean, I just made my point. Just stop thinking and end your problems. That's the whole concept of. Glass keeps crashing. Welcome to Ors and Now Tao Yoga Tao Gai. This is a mantra room. That's the mantra. Ors and Now Tao Yoga Tao Gai. Ors and Now Tao Yoga Tao Gai. Ors and Now Tao Yoga Tao Gai. Okay, I'm going to go silent now and meditate. I'm going into Zazen. Shh. Think no, dare do, say shh.
Ken.
Hey Ken, how's it going?
I'm okay. I'm laying in bed.
Oh man, we gotta figure out somehow to get your energy levels up so we can get you out of bed and get you stretching every day.
I gotta get some sleep too. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm sitting in my hermitage in complete solitude.
You're sitting in your what?
Hermitage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna either go to my boat shortly or go to the gym. I don't know, but I'm taking today and tomorrow off, and then Wednesday I go to Utah. So. And
Did you ever get my mail?
Oh, I did.
It's a great quote, isn't it?
It is a good quote.
Make sure you use it.
Yeah, I stuck it in a good book to charge it with even more energy.
So what else is going on in your life?
Nothing. I'm just totally happy. God has given me divine blessings beyond belief, and I am awash in the light. I just wish Marcin was here so he could come over, help me fix something, and then he could break something.
Oh, okay.
What are you doing today?
Oh, I gotta organize my crane stuff. Articles and notes and things like that.
I saw an interesting article in Cranes today. It said that Chicago has the second most number of millionaires in the whole country. Over 400,000 million. Oh, I think over 400,000 millionaires live in Chicagoland area.
400,000?
Yeah, millionaires.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot of millionaires out there.
Sure is. Wow.
Yeah, I was like, wouldn't it be nice to get that list? All right, well, I was just calling to check in and encourage you to keep doing deep breathing, Ken. You got to take the deepest breath of the day. You got to stretch. You got to try to touch your toes. You got to take a hot shower. You got to try to touch your toes. You got to take better care of yourself because no one else is going to take care of you.
Well, you're right, John. Thanks for the call. Have a good day.
Okay, God bless. Talk to you. Bye.